Chapter 960. Fresh air gushed in, dispersing the bloody stench of the fallen golden beast in the prairie behind Chufeng. Auspicious clouds drifted in the sky, and the distant mountains and rivers were picturesque. The peach trees nearby bloomed, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Chufeng took a deep breath and walked out of the prairie. He passed through the forest and arrived in the depths of the forbidden area. He had finally shaken off his pursuers. During the past 10 years, he had lost count of how many saint-level creatures he had killed, from the silver-winged dragon to the six-legged earth dragon. Saints fell every day. His battle clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in blood. The sword in his hand had long since been broken. Now he was holding a rather primitive golden bone club. It was made from the essence of a super saint beast and was incomparably sturdy. The little vermilion bird's eyes flickered. He was much stronger than before, and his eyes were full of spirit. He was like a small red sun in the sky, blooming with fiery red light. Chufeng unfolded the animal skin map and searched for the path ahead according to the lame, celestial venerable's observations of the mountain range. He determined the location of the talisman paper. After 10 years of fighting, Chufeng had long since shed his youth. Back then, he had taken the divine medicine and regained his youth, becoming a 14 or 15-year-old youth. Now, he had returned to his golden age. His body was slender and strong. Every inch of his skin was filled with divine radiance. Once the energy stored in his cells erupted, it would be like a landslide or tsunami. It was because of these 10 years of continuous fighting, cultivation, and comprehension of the path of physique evolution that he had forgotten everything else. He had broken free from the gloomy life of losing his parents and a group of friends. Now he had recovered his spirit and fighting spirit. Chufeng continued forward. Along the way, he avoided a special area where not even a blade of grass grew. The earth was dark red, and the earth was dry and cracked. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was so thin that it was almost non-existent. It was too strange. One had to know that this forbidden area was filled with dense heaven and earth essence. However, this quiet place was so abnormal. The spiritual energy in other places was normal. Only that place was like a vacuum, and it seemed to be isolated from the outside world. The little vermilion bird was also suspicious, but it didn't sense any danger. It asked Chufeng why he had to take a detour. Chufeng's expression was grave. He had seen this type of terrain in the inheritance left behind by the sacred expert, and he had also caught a glimpse of it when the stone box shone. It was a land of great danger. Boundless Scarlet Land, the limit of the Dharma ending. Chufeng told it seriously. He took out a 10,000-year-old medicine from his body. This was picked on the road, and its fragrance assailed his nostrils. Its medicinal properties were extremely strong, but now he threw it into the dark red soil. In the blink of an eye, the medicinal plant withered and lost all of its spiritual energy. In the end, it even turned into ashes that were blown away by a cool breeze and ceased to exist. So domineering, the little vermilion bird was shocked. More domineering than you can imagine, Chufeng said sternly. In the distance, there were creatures spying on them. Chufeng ignored them and took the little vermilion bird with him. Suddenly, a white-eyed wolf rushed out and attacked the two of them from behind. This wolf's entire body was silvery white, including its eyes. Just like the creatures he had encountered before, it did not have its own consciousness. It was endowed with life force and bloodthirsty instincts. It was a biochemical killing tool. Boom! Its claw pierced through the void and clawed at the center of Chufeng's back. However, what kind of cultivation did Chufeng have now? After 10 years of evolution, he was invincible in the saint realm. He didn't even turn around. He leaned to the left, causing the white-eyed wolf to miss its attack. He grabbed its neck and suddenly flung it several dozen kilometers away. It fell into the scarlet ground. The following scene caused the little vermilion bird to be terrified. Its large eyes were filled with fear, and it couldn't help but retreat. Roar! The holy wolf only had time to let out a mournful howl. In the end, it withered on the spot, and its boundless blood, energy, and energy were absorbed by the surface of the earth. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have aged 100,000 years. Its entire body cracked apart, and then it turned into withered bones. Its fur rotted and vanished. What's going on? The little vermilion bird was shocked. It finally understood how terrifying this scarlet ground was. The last day's ground. Moreover, when it's at its limit, it will swallow all energy, and even the laws and order will be absorbed by the surface of the earth. Chu Feng spoke seriously. This was a type of extremely peculiar terrain. It was a place of danger that nature had nurtured. Once one fell into it, then even a god would die and wither away. However, the silver piece of paper the sage master left him, the ultimate inheritance of domains, had mentioned that this might have been created by man. This seemed to be slightly terrifying. Many stars, and even a part of the starry sky, and the universe would face the last days one day. Could it be that this was caused by man? However, the mainstream view was that the descent of the last days was caused by the heavens and the earth itself. The last day's ground is the limit. If a star really becomes like this, then it wouldn't just be the last day's ground. It would be the end of the world. Chu Feng explained in a simple manner. The little vermilion bird wouldn't understand if he spoke too much. During these past 10 years, Chu Feng had been utilizing the opportunity to study domains. Of course, he didn't have as much time as he did battle. Because the prairie was too vast and contained countless ferocious beasts, and he was exhausted from dealing with them. If I don't understand this and rashly walk into that scarlet land, it'll be truly miserable. The little vermilion bird felt a lingering fear. Its mother had died tragically after charging into the fallen Phoenix Hill because she didn't understand its terrain. After making a detour, Chu Feng's fiery eyes immediately became resplendent when he saw a stretch of mountains and rivers in front of him. They transformed into runes that interweaved in the air. Divine medicine. The divine medicine of this world wasn't simple. Its effects were much stronger than those of the Yin realm. It was extremely extraordinary after being nourished by Yang Qi. Chu Feng was certain that if he really picked it, he would definitely be able to immediately advance to the Illuminator realm with the order runes contained within it. But after staring at it for a long time, he sighed helplessly. He couldn't pick it because he was attracted by that little silver tree. Looking at the silver fruits it bore, Chu Feng almost overlooked the mountain terrain. This is the heaven-breaking peak, and it contains soaring, killing runes. According to records, powerful evolvers of the past took nature as their master, and it could be said that they followed the laws of heaven and earth. Many Sword Dao laws were comprehended from the heaven-breaking peak's terrain, sighed Chu Feng. It was fine if the outside world didn't disturb the tranquility of this terrain. But once one stepped in, it would disrupt its natural state of equilibrium. Soaring killing intent would erupt and slay all who approached. This made Chu Feng's eyes turn red. Firstly, he coveted the divine medicine, and secondly, he coveted this terrain. If he observed it for a long time, he could comprehend the supreme Sword Dao. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to stay for long. Besides, this was a place of enlightenment prepared for evolvers above the divine level. If one couldn't reach that level, observing the heaven-breaking peak would be useless. Chu Feng was a little dazed. It wasn't that he didn't see any good things in the forbidden area, but rather that he couldn't take them and couldn't obtain them. This made his heart itch. This divine medicine would certainly allow him to charge into the Illuminator realm. And if it was a divine medicine from the Yang realm, its effects would be even stronger. In the Yang realm, the so-called divine medicine corresponded to the level of deity, and one could become a deity just by consuming it. In a complete world, the order was also perfect. Naturally, the divine medicine contained enough rule fragments, and the medicinal effects were many times stronger. Chu Feng was slightly distracted as he left with the little vermilion bird. In the end, he didn't even walk a few hundred steps before he felt something was wrong, and his hair stood on end. In a split second, the stone box emitted a faint light. He rushed into the space inside with the little vermilion bird, and then decisively closed the box. At the last moment, he saw another version of himself. It was exactly the same as him, except that there was a sinister smile at the corner of its mouth. It was somewhat callous and also somewhat malicious as it tried to kill him. Bang! The stone box flew out and crashed into the mountains and rivers. Evidently, it had just suffered a blow. However, there was no movement after that. There was only silence. Inside the stone box, there was silence. Chu Feng's face was full of solemnity, and he felt somewhat apprehensive. Why was there another version of himself? Did you see it? Chu Feng asked the little vermilion bird. I saw it, the little vermilion bird said in a low voice. It was a bit uneasy. How could there be two Chu Fengs? What if it accidentally walked together with the fake and was sealed in the same box? That really made its body tremble. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement. Chu Feng opened the stone box and looked out from the crack. In the end, he saw with his own eyes that another version of himself had suddenly appeared not far away and was directly attacking him. He was truly scared because he felt that this person's aura was actually the same as his and their strength was similar. This strange number one forbidden land caused Chu Feng's hair to stand on end. He closed the stone box, and the outside world became quiet again. Chu Feng sat cross-legged in the space of the stone box and thought silently. In the end, he told the little vermilion bird, "Wait here and don't go out. Don't, if you lose and that malicious ghost comes in and is together with me. That scene is too terrifying." The little vermilion bird's large eyes were clear, and there was fear in them. "What are you saying? I'm going to destroy him." Chu Feng rushed out with a swoosh and quickly closed the stone box and put it away. At almost the same time, the other Chu Feng charged over with a sneer on his face and a golden bone club in his hand. Chu Feng's eyebrows jumped. He also held a golden bone club in his hand and fiercely rushed forward to meet the attack. Boom! It was just a single strike, but heaven and earth trembled violently. Saint-level energy poured down in torrents, and the mountainous region directly sank several dozen li. They fell into the deep pit created by the collision and attacked each other incessantly. If this wasn't a forbidden land, it was unknown what kind of state this strike would have been in. The two fought fiercely and both used terrifying methods. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. Chu Feng was injured and half of that person's body was also dyed in blood. However, there were some areas that couldn't be damaged, and the earth and stone had developed astonishing, mysterious symbols. Swoosh! Chu Feng rushed to the surface and fought a decisive battle with this person. His expression was solemn as he said to himself, "It really is this kind of terrain." He recognized that there was a type of record on that silver piece of paper that even the sage master hadn't studied thoroughly, the reflection of mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers contained strange heaven and earth patterns. They were like a mirror and could reflect all the divine abilities and laws of a creature. It was fairly terrifying. If a group of creatures entered this kind of terrain, only the strongest would be reflected. It could be said that this person was Chu Feng's reflection. He was fighting against the laws he had comprehended. These mountains and rivers were too bizarre, and even his physical body seemed to have been constructed. But Chu Feng knew that this was the derivation of laws. It looked like flesh and blood, but it was actually order and so on. At first, this kind of rune almost blinded his fiery eyes, which was enough to show how terrifying it was. Chu Feng didn't shrink back or escape. On the path of evolution, sometimes the greatest enemy was actually himself. He would have to face the people of the Yang realm in the future, and they were all very terrifying. As such, he had to be strict with himself and hope to continuously surpass himself. This battle was somewhat bitter. Chu Feng fought with himself until the mountains collapsed and the earth split apart. The sun and moon lost their radiance as he constantly reflected on his own shortcomings during the battle. In the end, he ended the battle, but he himself almost lost half his life. To defeat this kind of reflection, tricks and unconventional methods were the best. Chu Feng naturally didn't want to wear out his true body to death after experiencing it for a long time. He didn't want to use unconventional methods to end the battle. He decisively rushed out of this area, but he didn't expect his reflection to appear again after a while. Chu Feng was quite cautious along the way. He avoided many terrifying terrains and dissolved the death calamity. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly die if he were charged in. At this moment, he was quite moved. The silver paper left behind by the Sage Master was too useful. It described some of the terrains and allowed him to predict what was ahead. Although he couldn't dissolve it because he hadn't reached that level, he could see what kind of terrain it was and avoid it. He wouldn't have been able to recognize it if not for the silver paper. Naturally, the mountains and rivers on the stone box were also a reference. The terrains in the first forbidden area were also similar to the one on it. Ordinary domain researchers couldn't come into contact with things of this level and would naturally enter it by mistake. Chu Feng sighed. The silver paper and the stone box together were equivalent to a safe map. But he couldn't laugh anymore after several days. That was because the dangerous lands ahead were connected layer by layer. This time, there was no way forward even if he could recognize them. We're here. This should be the first of the 9 heavens. The little vermilion bird's voice was trembling. What do you mean? Chu Feng glanced back at her. Didn't Grandpa Stone Fox tell you? There are 9 heavens in the center of the first forbidden area. We're really close to the depths, replied the little vermilion bird. Chu Feng only knew that the core of the first forbidden area had the same flow of time as the Yang realm. He didn't know about the so-called 9 heavens. For a moment, his face turned green. He had walked for such a long time and was trapped in the prairie for 10 years. He had to go around many dangerous lands before reaching the depths of the forbidden area. He had always been in the outer regions. He had thought he would enter the core area after charging through the prairie. He had the urge to curse out loud. There was no way forward. It wouldn't work even if he became a sage master in the field of domain research. He was still lacking and couldn't charge into those dangerous lands. Several kilometers away, those legendary terrifying terrains had the power to suppress the heavens. They were connected to each other and completely separated yin and yang, life and death. Normally speaking, there was no way to enter. Hey, wait a moment. Chu Feng spread out the bee skin map. This was the deduction map the old fox had given him. The talisman paper might have appeared in this area and not in the 9 heavens. Chu Feng was puzzled. The old fox had drawn a black skull on the bee skin map. He had thought it was a terrifying terrain that he needed to pay attention to. He hadn't expected it to be the entire 9 heavens. Let's look for it. Chu Feng and the little vermilion bird began to move. There's a table over there. Outside the forbidden 9 heavens, there was a shabby table. It was carved out of a random rock, rough and ancient. One of the table's legs was missing, and, just like the lame deity, it was incomplete. What attracted Chu Feng's attention the most were the 2 talisman papers on the table. One of them was snow white and translucent. The other was dark green and full of vitality. 2 talisman papers. Chu Feng's heart beat faster. They were no longer in the 9 heavens, but outside. The 2 tried to use their spiritual power to move them, but to no avail. Additionally, there was a jade table within the first heavens of the 9 heavens. There was also a talisman paper on top of it. It was flickering with purple radiance and appeared extremely sacred. Be careful. Chu Feng brought the little vermilion bird into the stone box and moved forward bit by bit. Their target was the 2 talisman papers on the lame deity's stone table. Things went unexpectedly smoothly. In the end, Chu Feng successfully grabbed the 2 talisman papers. They quickly retreated and found no danger along the way. So easy. Chu Feng was surprised. The lame old fox said that there were quite a few talisman papers and that they should be able to get them. Was he not lying? There's someone. The little vermilion bird pulled his sleeve and pointed at the 9 heavens. In an instant, Chu Feng's hair stood on end and his eyes widened in shock. This was the first time he had lost his composure like this. He saw a hunchbacked old man dressed in gray, slowly walking out from the deepest part of the forbidden land. He had come from the 9th heavens and arrived at the 1st heavens. He was trembling and looked like he would fall at any moment. He held a red talisman paper in his hand that was as beautiful as the sunset. He came to the jade table and placed the red talisman paper on it, right next to the purple talisman paper. There was another talisman paper that had been sent out from the deepest part of the forbidden land. The little vermilion bird was shocked to see this scene with her own eyes. Then the hunchbacked old man raised his head and smiled. Chu Feng's hair stood on end. From his point of view, that seemingly peaceful smile was actually very sinister. Chapter 9, 61. Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. How was it that he could see such a bizarre substance in the depths of the first forbidden area? It was truly everywhere and couldn't be shaken off. Most importantly, it had transformed into a gray-clothed old servant. What did this mean? This really made people shudder with fear. The hunchbacked old man walked away. He looked old and clumsy, as if he could fall at any moment. His body swayed as he disappeared into the depths of the ninth heaven. The little vermilion bird was also stunned. There were many legends about the first forbidden area in this world, but she had never heard of someone living in the depths of the forbidden area and sending out talismans. This place can dispel the bizarre substance and obtain a new life. Chu Feng muttered to himself. But why did he feel so terrified after seeing this? The mountains and rivers were beautiful. The golden spring water gurgled, and the fragrance of old medicine filled the air. The scenery of the pure land nearby couldn't make Chu Feng feel auspicious and peaceful, but instead, he felt a chill run down his spine. There are 2 more talismans in the first heaven of the forbidden area. Do you want to give them a try? The little vermilion bird spoke. She didn't see through the nature of the hunchbacked old man. The jade table wasn't far from here. It was only a few hundred meters away from the lame, rough stone table outside. For evolvers, this was simply a short distance. However, that was a land of great danger. Chu Feng could tell at a glance that the first heaven contained the terrain of the nest of 10,000 snakes. Once inside, the order of the mountains would be like 10,000 snakes coming out of their caves. Golden light and scarlet clouds interweaved as tens of thousands of light beams soared out. Any creature that entered by mistake would be drowned out, and even gods would fall. In fact, Chu Feng was very tempted and really wanted to give it a try. What's that? Chu Feng was puzzled. He and the little vermilion bird chose a short mountain and surveyed the forbidden area from afar. There were some metallic stone-like substances in the first heaven. Divine fruit. The little vermilion bird was astonished. That was also known as a divine nucleus. Some gods used all their strength at the last moment of their lives to condense their Tao fruit into a ball of light. When the energy and order finally cooled down, it was like a metallic stone. Of course, ordinary god-level evolvers couldn't do it at all. Only the best of the best could successfully leave behind a divine core, and it was rumored that they might be able to obtain a chance at survival. A golden beam of light shot out from Chu Feng's eyes as he stared at it attentively. This kind of thing existed in the dilapidated, chaotic universe. The last time the war god's Tao throne came into being, it had caused countless people to plot and seize it. In the end, the people from the Yang realm came. Furthermore, there was more than one divine core in this forbidden land. This was enough to drive everyone crazy. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that those divine cores were damaged and incomplete. It was quite a pity. Then, he gazed into the distance, seeing a medicine field in the second heaven. The strange earth shone, auspicious energy surging. There were 5 stalks of divine medicines growing there. Chu Feng swallowed his saliva. He was extremely envious. Most importantly, there were still a few complete divine cores in the second heaven. He looked inside again and searched carefully. He found a fist-sized human-shaped ball of light in the third layer of heaven. It was an extremely mysterious energy substance. It was beside the rocks and under the ancient tree, causing the little vermilion bird to cry out in alarm. Divine King Core. This thing was a priceless treasure. At the very least, there hadn't been a divine king appearing in the foreign realm for a very long time. These few divine king cores would incite the gods to kill each other. Chu Feng was very tempted. This so-called First Forbidden Land was full of good stuff. This was an undisguised temptation. He felt his breathing become hurried. There were things he desired here. If he could obtain a divine core, or even a divine king core, he could directly kill his way back and overturn a group of gods from the Yang realm. However, he restrained himself. There had never been a free lunch in this world. There were so many fortunes laid out outside. If he could bring them out, how could he have kept them until now? It was obvious that these so-called divine king cores were left behind by the divine kings who had barged into the Forbidden Land. Look, there's a purple ball of light in the depths of the Forbidden Land. It's even surging with auspicious energy. The little vermilion bird said in astonishment. In the stone forest of the fifth and sixth layer of heaven, there was purple mist rising and divine multicolored light lingering around. There seemed to be a ball of light there as well, but it was blocked by rocks. This can't be a Tao throne that surpasses the divine king level, right? The little vermilion bird's voice trembled. I'm not looking anymore. Chu Feng turned around and left. This place was full of temptations, but he understood his current abilities very well. If he really barged in, he would die without a doubt. Even if he had the stone box in hand, he most likely wouldn't be able to use it in time. He would die before he could escape into the space of the stone box. Not long after Chu Feng walked out, he caught a black fox that had reached the saint level. He forcefully suppressed it and separated a wisp of soul light to control its body. He tried to obtain treasures in the Forbidden Land. This was just an attempt. He wouldn't stay here for long. His target was the 2 talisman papers on the jade table because they were the closest to the outside. However, the black fox had just stepped in when it was pierced through by a glaring light beam. There were golden multicolored light, scarlet light, and silver light. They were all very long. They were like divine snakes swimming as they pierced through the void. The black fox died tragically. Even the wisp of spiritual energy that Chu Feng had separated turned into ashes. It was a complete failure. It could be said that both his body and soul had been destroyed. Let's go. Chu Feng sighed and turned around decisively. Although there were many good things in this place, it wasn't a place that he and the little vermilion bird could set foot in. They couldn't dip their fingers in it. It wouldn't do even if they were tempted. If they couldn't resist the temptation, they could only throw themselves in. What a pity! The little vermilion bird was also very regretful. It simply looked back 3 times with every step. It was like a chick pecking at rice as it stumbled there. The journey was daunting but not dangerous. Chu Feng and the others came out. After all, they had retreated along the original path. They had already gone through it once and weren't trapped again in the prairie. Standing outside the Forbidden Land, Chu Feng let out a long sigh. He took out the 2 talisman papers and handed one to the little vermilion bird. I don't want it. The little vermilion bird was very shy and embarrassed. After all, it was all thanks to Chu Feng that they had barged into the Forbidden Land this time. If it was just itself, it would have either died in the fallen Phoenix Hill or lost its life in some other dangerous land. Chu Feng directly stuffed it into its mouth and didn't allow it to refuse. He had said that he would take her away from this world full of strange substances, but he still hadn't fulfilled his promise. The old vermilion bird had done him a great favor. It was truly regretful that he couldn't see it for the last time, so he could only take care of its daughter. Chu Feng left a snow-white talisman paper for himself and carefully looked at it. If he was killed now, would he directly appear in the ghost town of Purgatory? According to the little Taoist words, he wouldn't be afraid of being killed by anyone with this talisman paper and could directly go to the afterlife. This was a type of reincarnation token and could also be considered an unobstructed pass. He knew that he would definitely have to come here again within 100 years. No matter what, he had to take one for the little Taoist. As a father, he couldn't let his son down. Chu Feng walked out of the Forbidden Land and was on guard. He was afraid that there would be enemies waiting outside. In reality, he was thinking too much. 10 years had passed, and those people had already left. In this world, gods didn't have more than 600 to 800 years of lifespan before they would be corroded by the gray fog. No one was willing to waste 10 years of time in one place. He was in a great mood as he looked up at the sky and said, with the talisman paper in hand, I have the world. After that, he felt that something was amiss as he stared blankly at a luminous object falling from the sky and swooping over. Was this an unusual treasure that descended from the heavens? After that, he was met with tragedy. It was an expanse of lightning that swooped down like a true dragon. It flew over at extreme speed and was so fast that he couldn't evade it at all. Crack! Several hundred dragon-shaped lightning bolts all bombarded his body. In a split second, his battle clothes were torn apart and his entire body was scorched black. F*CK, your second uncle. Can't you be cool for more than 3 seconds? I'm just in high spirits, and you're already making my heart feel stifled. Can't you strike me a little later? Chu Feng was furious as he cursed repeatedly. He naturally realized what was going on. During these 10 years, he had circulated the mutant technique and absorbed a tremendous amount of divinity granules, as well as a portion of ancestral Taoist matter. In this world, there's a certain limit to the amount of divinity granules that could be absorbed every month. If one exceeded it, one would be struck by lightning unceasingly. However, this kind of situation didn't happen in the Forbidden Land. He thought he was fine and calmly avoided this kind of danger. Who could have thought that he would be dealt with as soon as he left the Forbidden Land? From this, one could see how terrifying the first Forbidden Land was. Even the laws of the world couldn't interfere with it, and the laws couldn't descend. This place was too transcendent. Chu Feng hurriedly threw out the stone box and the other objects. The stone box naturally wasn't afraid of being struck by lightning, but those medicinal herbs and weapons had to be protected. The little vermilion bird was the same as her mother. She walked the normal path of evolution of a divine bird and had never circulated the mutant technique. Therefore, she wasn't struck by lightning. Crack! Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as divine rainbows interweaved. Glaring lightning erupted and submerged Chu Feng there. There was a frenzied explosion as all kinds of electric snakes danced unceasingly. This scene was rather terrifying. Chu Feng was very miserable. Ever since the lightning was suppressed, it didn't stop. The little vermilion bird counted for him. He should have experienced 4 waves of lightning tribulations in a very short period of time. Moreover, some of them overlapped and descended together. This was simply destroying him and not giving him a way out. After that, the 5th wave of lightning tribulation also arrived. Its color was different, and it was frighteningly pitch black. It was accompanied by black light as it penetrated his body. However, Chu Feng forcefully withstood it. Even though his body was covered in bloodstains and there were some places that were penetrated by lightning, he didn't cower and directly endured it. However, only after the 5th wave of lightning tribulation had passed did he raise his head to look at the sky. Immediately, his complexion turned pale. Another wave of heavenly tribulation had descended. This practically had no end and wouldn't stop until he was struck to death. He decisively ran away and fled into the first Forbidden Land. In the legends of the foreign realms, heavenly tribulation that he understood, as long as one crossed 5 waves of heavenly tribulation, they would possess the aptitude to become a god. Their potential was astonishing, and they could become a god in the future. Generally speaking, this was also the end. However, it still wasn't over after he endured 5 waves of lightning tribulation. Was the lightning that had accumulated for 10 years going to strike him down? This surpassed the limits of those gods on the vicious beast plateau when they were young. Chu Feng didn't want to be struck to death alive, so he naturally had to avoid it. After entering the first Forbidden Land, everything stopped and the lightning suddenly disappeared. Chu Feng hid in the Forbidden Land and directly gnawed on a 20,000-year-old medicine. His entire body trembled and his bones roared like a dragon. His blood and chi boiled as though a scarlet phoenix had flown out of his body and blossomed with a torrential scarlet glow. After he recovered his injured body, he saw the little vermilion bird's back facing him. It was currently cultivating the Buddhist race's breathing technique in the distance. The thunderous breathing technique he possessed was given to him by the old vermilion bird. After going through the lame stone fox's guidance and completing the yang realm technique, it was enough for him to cultivate to the reflector realm. I've been struck so miserably, yet you still have the mood to cultivate. Put on your clothes. Chu Feng was speechless. After the battle clothes were struck into flying ashes, he really forgot about it. From the beginning to the end, he only treated it as a little fiery red bird and didn't treat it as the opposite sex at all. He walked out once again and received the bombardment of lightning. He knew that he would have to face it sooner or later, so he just happened to use the forbidden land to cross the tribulation in batches and use this baptism to refine a powerful lightning corporeal body. The next time, Chu Feng was more dead than alive. He crossed 6 waves of lightning tribulations in one go, and his bones were all broken. When he saw the 7th wave falling down, he turned around and ran. This was simply inhumane. The great Tao was heartless and clearly wanted to destroy him. After charging into the forbidden land, he took out 6 or 7 old medicines in one go. They were all at least 15,000 years old. He ate them all in one go, as though he was gnawing on a big carrot. After a very long time, there were electric arcs surging on Chu Feng's soul light and flesh. Divine light surged, and his blood and qi were boundless. He recovered and became even more valiant. Quasi-reflector powerhouse. He almost stepped into that domain. At the very least, his corporeal body and soul light were powerful enough. He only lacked the final step of comprehension. In the distance, the little vermilion bird had a strange expression in her eyes. She had personally witnessed Chu Feng cross 6 waves of heavenly tribulations in one go. Not only did he have the aptitude to become a god, but he was also a well-known figure among them. If she had to give him a title, it would be a divine general. Before long, Chu Feng went to cross the tribulation again. He crossed 6 waves in one go and ran back. There was one time when he crossed 7 waves of heavenly tribulations in one go. The little vermilion bird was shocked because this was the legendary aptitude of a divine king. It had been a long time since such a creature had appeared. In the next 2 days, Chu Feng crossed the tribulation here unceasingly. When she saw him cross 8 waves of heavenly tribulations in one go, the little vermilion bird felt a headache and was somewhat numb. Chu Feng himself didn't expect that this lightning would never end. He crossed the tribulation all day and all night. When his body couldn't hold on any longer, he would escape into the forbidden land to hide. This was the accumulation of 10 years. He had killed too many saint-level creatures and absorbed a huge amount of divinity granules. He had accumulated too much, so he naturally had to endure many waves of heavenly tribulations. He believed that even if he was still lacking the final step and hadn't comprehended the core of the mirror realm, he wouldn't be afraid of opponents of this level. His corporeal body could already be considered to be illuminating the void these few days. His blood and qi were boundless, and his destructive power was astonishing. The only thing he lacked was a layer of window paper on the spiritual plane. He just needed to pierce through it. The world was peaceful after 3 days and 3 nights. All the heavenly tribulations had ended. Let's go and meet Senior Fox. He had many doubts and uncertainties regarding the first forbidden land and wanted to ask the lame stone fox face to face. After that, I'll begin my journey to become a god and experience 100 years of solitude. This was Chu Feng's decision. He didn't have time to waste. He would spend the next few days rising and evolving continuously. He had to return to the netherworld as soon as possible. Chapter 962. Chu Feng and the little vermilion bird emerged from tens of thousands of kilometers underground and left the first forbidden area. There were many corpses on the surface, all of them dried up a long time ago. The northern winds swept through the land, snapping all grass and stirring up dust and sand. This was the Abyss region, and now it was a bit ruined. 10 years later, the war was over. 4 gods had died on the vicious beast plateau, but 6 divine beasts from the Abyss had also perished. Their losses were a little greater, so much so that 3 abysses had been completely removed from their names, and their races had been exterminated. The war had temporarily come to an end, and all sides were resting and recuperating. However, small-scale battles would still occasionally occur. The seeds of hatred were not sown today, but had existed for a long time. As for the vermilion bird abyss, it had long since been abandoned. Everyone knew that the old vermilion bird had died, and they also knew that he had fallen in the first forbidden area. The little vermilion bird stood in the old place, lost in thought. This desolate abyss was her birthplace. She was very quiet as she reminisced about the past. Her mother had died in the fallen Phoenix Hill, and her siblings had gone to the world of the living. I'm going to the world of the living to find them. Let's go and find Empyrean Rock Fox first, Chu Feng said. Soon, the two of them left. The stone forest was quiet and vast. There were some stone mountains in the middle. When they first left, the lame Empyrean's entire body had been petrified. Although he could speak, he couldn't move freely, so he didn't go with them. Now that they were back, they saw a stone statue on top of the dust-covered table. It was covered in a thick layer of dust, and the lame stone fox was still there. However, no matter how they called out to it, it did not wake up. It remained silent. Chu Feng tried to sense it, but it didn't have the slightest sign of life. Its soul light had disappeared, or it could be said that it had condensed into one with its stone body. It had also completely petrified. The departed is no longer here. Senior. The little vermilion bird wailed loudly, her tears sparkling like pearls as they rolled down her cheeks. Chu Feng injected energy into the stone fox's body, but there was no effect. It died just like that. He took out the silver talisman paper and placed it on the table. He told the stone fox everything that had happened, telling it that everything had gone smoothly, but there were too many things it didn't understand. Wasn't the first forbidden area rumored to be able to neutralize strange substances and grant people a new life? But why would such a hunchbacked old man appear? He was formed by the gray fog. All sorts of associations and guesses were enough to make one shudder. Chu Feng voiced out his doubts, but Sure Who did not respond. You're dead. In the end, you didn't wait for me to return. I brought back a talisman. I could have sent you to reincarnation, Chu Feng said in a low voice. The lame fox had said that it would be very difficult for it to leave this world. Its master had placed a restrictive spell on its body. Even if it had a talisman, it wouldn't necessarily succeed. However, Chu Feng was still willing to give it a try. He felt that this talisman was of a very high level and should be able to help the lame stone fox reincarnate. Unfortunately, no matter how he called out, the old fox did not wake up. He had already passed away. Chu Feng did not cry. He had already experienced the ups and downs of life. Before he came to this world, his parents had died, and all his relatives and friends had died as well. He had already experienced too much sorrow. In the end, he burned some talismans for the old fox and recited a part of the rebirth scripture. If there were enough talismans, he really wanted to burn one for it on the spot. He consoled the little vermilion bird and told it not to be sad. People would always experience ups and downs in life, and some people would eventually leave. Before long, he set off by himself to cultivate and comprehend the order of the domain illuminator. He wanted to pierce through the last layer of window paper at this level. For the next 10 years, Chu Feng was analyzing and researching. He had accumulated enough and did not need to absorb divinity granules anymore. Otherwise, his body would explode and he would die. There was too much divinity energy, but his realm did not break through in the end. At first, he thought it was just a layer of window paper that he could quickly pierce through, but he encountered trouble. This world was more complete, and the rules were also more complete. It was very different from the Yin realm. The order he deduced here was in conflict with what he had previously grasped. He had not sensed anything when his realm was relatively low, but now that he was truly about to step into the domain illuminator, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. The order in his body was in disorder. There's a risk of collapse. I have to reconstruct it. He let out a sigh. After coming to this world, he used the little 6 rays of time technique and directly absorbed divinity granules. He even plundered the rule fragments in other living beings' bodies. He advanced by leaps and bounds as if he was cheating, and his strength soared explosively. In a short period of time, he had walked a path that would take others a very long time to complete. But now, he encountered such a problem again. He really did not know whether he could smoothly become a god in 100 years. Chu Feng sighed and temporarily ended his seclusion to visit the little vermilion bird. 10 years had passed, but she was still living in seclusion in that stone forest and guarding the stone fox. Has it not woken up all this while? Asked Chu Feng. The little vermilion bird nodded. The stone fox was indeed deathly still. She had called out once every day for these 10 years, but there was no movement from beginning to end. Chu Feng stayed for a short 2 days before leaving again. This time, he walked the earth and entered the vicious beast plateau. He also went to the abyss and experienced the mortal world. He resonated better with this world. He left for 8 years. From start to finish, he had been in this world for 28 years, but he still had not broken through into the domain Illuminator. This deviation from his estimation was not a small problem. The only thing that made him feel slightly comforted was that his attainments in domains were increasing rapidly. He was worthy of being considered the most gifted domain genius by the Inheritance Tower on the moon outside of Earth. Chu Feng was approaching the Sage Master domain. He had risen all the way in such a short period of time. It was really too fast. Logically speaking, the study of domains was more difficult than evolution. There were all kinds of magnetic field runes and all kinds of comprehensions. They were incomparably profound and difficult, but he was advancing by leaps and bounds. He was advancing continuously in the Grandmaster realm. He was sure that he could become a Sage Master in a few more years. Sage Masters were the teachers of saints. Not to mention domains, their combat strength alone was almost comparable to an evolver at the domain Illuminator realm. He looks a little like a person. On a plain, there was an isolated city located at the border of the vicious beast plateau. Within the area ruled by the deities, there were people looking at Chu Feng's back. Their eyes were deep and profound as they saw through his true body. That was because this person had cultivated the martial heaven's eye. His strength was indeed extraordinary, but the most terrifying thing was his innate talent, which far surpassed that of ordinary people. The wanted Een spirit from back then has a physical body, he muttered to himself. His purple hair was scattered over his shoulders, and he was carrying a large scarlet bow on his back. At the same time, Chu Feng turned around. His consciousness was so sharp that he immediately sensed something and looked at the few people who had just entered the city. He noticed that the purple-haired youth had a special mark between his brows. He should be someone from the sorcerer god's bloodline. However, there was also a martial god's descendant beside that person. He had a head full of golden hair and was in high spirits as he looked over. An evolver at the domain Illuminator realm. Chu Feng began to pay attention. If it wasn't an evolver at this level, it would be impossible to discover him in this city. After all, it was impossible for ordinary people to sense his abnormality. Both parties practically didn't exchange any words, nor did they berate each other. They immediately attacked because they felt a trace of danger. Moreover, they all knew the other party's background and took the initiative to attack. Boom! Purple light overflowed into the sky as the sorcerer god's sun moved. He transformed into a huge silhouette like an ancient sorcerer god. The bronze skin all over his body glowed as he held the large bow in his hand and shot at Chu Feng. He didn't care at all that this was a city and that many people would die if he did so. Chu Feng's eyes revealed a terrifying divine glint as he rushed into the sky with a golden bone club in his hand. He directly smashed the arrow with a bang and smashed it into pieces. At the same time, he used incomparably vigorous divinity energy to collapse all the rune lights that were summoned over, and then swept them over. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to implicate the people in this city. He resolved the dangerous situation and then rushed into the sky to leave this place and change the battlefield. Kill! The martial godson made his move. This wasn't a descendant of a god, but his own son. Resplendent golden light erupted as he chased after Chu Feng with his golden spear in hand. The others also began to chase after him. Order the people in the vicinity that the Een spirit from back then has appeared. Go all out to intercept and kill him. Order the martial god's son. Back then, Chu Feng had killed the young martial god. He was the martial god's favorite descendant and had once caused a huge uproar. Chi chi chi. Golden short spears flew out one after another and pierced through where Chu Feng was. What happened? In the city behind them, Many people cried out in alarm. They stood up one after another and surveyed the horizon. They didn't know that they were almost completely annihilated by an arrow from the sorcerer god's son just now. If that arrow exploded here, the entire city would vanish. Oh my God! Wu Qingzuan, the sorcerer god's son, and Wu Tuo, the martial god's son. Someone cried out in alarm. At the same time, even more people trembled and fell weakly onto the ground. They couldn't bear the energy waves coming from the horizon. Fortunately, those people quickly went far away. Two great experts, known as the unmatched proud pair, actually appeared here. Who were they dealing with? After a long time, someone in the city said with a trembling voice, Wu Qingzuan and Wu Tuo were the two most reputable successors on the Vicious Beast Plateau. They would become the new generation's sorcerer god and martial god if there was no accident. They had crossed 5 heavenly tribulations and had the qualifications to become gods. Furthermore, rumor had it that they had even crossed 6 heavenly tribulations. Once they became gods, they would be well-known figures among gods and could become divine generals. These two successors had accumulated enough and had already stepped into the realm of illuminators recently. Even though they were in the initial stage, they were sufficiently powerful. Bang! In the depths of the wasteland, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, a great battle broke out. The sorcerer god's son drew his bow in succession and wanted to shoot Chu Feng dead, but Chu Feng used his golden bone club to smash them into pieces. However, the ground exploded. Energy magma billowed and surged and soared into the sky. Chu Feng nodded. The land in this foreign realm was sturdier than the Yin realm universe. If this was the universe he came from, a casual attack from an illuminator would cause extremely terrifying destructive power. Even planets would fall. You dare to appear after killing someone from my race? You have quite the guts, Yin spirit. The martial god's son, Wu Tuo, carried his golden spear and charged forward. At this moment, Chu Feng didn't leave and fought fiercely with them. Bang, bang, bang. Divine light erupted in this area, and energy was vast and mighty. Chu Feng wasn't an illuminator, but his strength wasn't weak. His corporeal body had long since reached this level, and his soul light was also sufficiently powerful. What he lacked was order to make up for it. In this battle, Chu Feng forcefully suppressed the two great divine sons. He brandished his golden bone club and smashed the martial god's son until he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood after a great battle. Bang! At the same time, he soared high into the sky and traveled hundreds of kilometers in a flash. He appeared in front of the sorcerer god's son, Wu Qingzuan, and smashed the large bow in his hand into pieces. He almost tore his arm off. Kill! The followers of the two great divine sons and a few old servants were also at the realm of Illuminator as they charged forward. These people were astonished by the successive battles. They experienced how terrifying Chu Feng was and discovered that he hadn't truly entered the realm of Illuminators yet. The few of them clearly understood that he was completely relying on his terrifying and monstrous corporeal body, soul light, and boundless spiritual power to fight head-on instead of activating techniques of the corresponding level. To these few people, this was actually a bloody battle. In the process of Chu Feng brandishing his golden bone club, old servants exploded one after another. Moreover, he used his mutant technique to absorb all the divinity granules. Sword wings appeared on Chu Feng's body as he fought to the end. The little 6 rays of time technique erupted and reaped the heads of 2 divine sons, killing them as well. The 2 of them had death substitution talismans. Unfortunately, they still lost their lives after being killed by Chu Feng several times in succession. The divine son is summoning us from the depths of the wasteland. Let's hurry over. There were people at the realm of Illuminators moving out on this land. In the end, more than 10 groups of troops were completely slaughtered by Chu Feng one after another, and a batch of people at the realm of Illuminators died. At this moment, Chu Feng was simply about to explode and die. He had absorbed too many divinity granules. But it was also at this moment that he finally pierced through the final layer of window paper and charged into the realm of illuminators. The tremendous amount of divinity granules immediately became a beneficial supplement for his corporeal body and soul light. His strength rose sharply and rose by a large margin. He reflected on it. This was due to absorbing the divinity granules contained in the children of two gods, which contained some perfected order and so on. This greatly moved him, and he understood it all at once. Therefore, he advanced rapidly, as expected of the descendants of gods. The laws and so on comprehended by gods are contained in a portion of their flesh and blood. Chu Feng was rather moved. If he were to comprehend it step by step, he would need to spend at least a few years to be able to adapt to this world that was different from the Yin realm. At the same time, he became more and more uneasy. The little 6 rays of time technique was too heaven-defying and was not quite the same as other mutant techniques. It simply seemed like cheating to deprive rule fragments, order patterns, and so on. In the following days, Chu Feng was wanted and hunted down, but no god came out because they were all recuperating from their injuries. After the great battle with the divine beast of the abyss, not a single god was in good shape, and all of them had almost perished. The whole world was shocked. 2 divine sons had died. They were known as the unmatched pair of proud sons of a generation, and they were the chosen successors of the war god and the witch god. They were actually killed by one person, and it was even done by a Yin spirit that came from beyond the heavens. Chu Feng fought a bloody battle. He was practically an Azura bathed in blood as he killed his way through the vast wasteland. The troops of the 2 great gods were terrified, and no one could stop his footsteps. However, he quit while he was ahead. He found the little vermilion bird and immediately ran away with her. He was worried that the gods would come out to settle the score, so he quietly rushed to the first forbidden area again and carried the lame stone fox. After breaking through the realm of illuminators, Chu Feng cultivated in the forbidden area with peace of mind. This time, he charged into the depths of the prairie that had trapped him for about 10 years. He took the initiative to search and open up the terrifying secret realm in the prairie to lure out the illuminators. There was even one time when he killed his way into the flying silkworm secret realm and fought fiercely with a flying silkworm of the illuminator level. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another 72 years had passed. This was already the 100th year since Chu Feng came to this world, and the time limit was about to be fulfilled. On this day, Chu Feng spoke to the stone fox and said, "Senior, I'm about to become a god, but you've already withered away. Since I can't save you, I'll bury you in the forbidden area to rest in peace. At the same time, I want to borrow the help of your celestial lore body. I want to throw you into the 9 heavens to help me suppress the danger. I'll go and obtain some fortunes." Chapter 963. The stone fox that had been silent for 100 years suddenly shouted like this, causing Chu Feng to directly stagger. With a smack sound, he threw it to the ground and decisively retreated. Meanwhile, the little vermilion bird's entire body was the size of a palm. It was originally standing there, feeling sentimental, its large ruby-like eyes glistening with tears. Now it was frightened and shrieking. It flapped its fiery red wings and flipped over, stopping in the distance. It was timid and frightened, and it wasn't light at all. "Little brat, do you want to throw me to my death?" The stone fox was incomparably angry. It sensed that Chu Feng had lifted it up just now. Was he really going to throw it into the depths of the Forbidden Land? The most infuriating thing was that in the end, he actually directly threw it to the ground. Chu Feng had a serious expression on his face. "Senior, do you know that I saved you once again? You owe me tremendous karma." This was a typical case of the villain complaining first and doing everything he could to take credit. Chu Feng told the lame heavenly deity that if he hadn't woken it up, the stone fox would have remained silent for the rest of its life, never to wake up again. It could already be considered an ice-cold death. If the stone fox hadn't become a statue, it really wanted to look at him from the corner of its eyes and give him a fox claw to let him understand why flowers were so red. The little vermilion bird's large eyes were filled with tears. It was crying and laughing at the same time. Senior, fortunately, Chu Feng woke you up. You had already been silent for 100 years. We all thought you had passed away in meditation. If the stone fox had flesh and blood, its skin would definitely twitch. Fortunately, that brat, it was all because of his anger that she woke up. Okay. It really wanted to say that it hadn't died at all and had always been alive. It just didn't want to pay attention to Chu Feng and save its essence energy in hibernation. I didn't think that you little bastard would be so black-hearted and merciless. You actually wanted to deal a vicious blow to me, wanting to throw me into the depths of the Forbidden Land. It berated Chu Feng. Chu Feng immediately laughed. He had always suspected that this old fellow hadn't died. After all, it was an Empyrean from the Yang realm, so how could it have died so easily? Moreover, even if it died, it would probably cause a huge commotion. Based on this stone fox's personality, it was unlikely that it would die out of frustration. Looking at its usual appearance, it was always very unwilling. So how could it quietly pass away? All in all, the lame celestial venerable seemed kind and honest, but there was definitely a lot of evil water hidden deep in his bones that had yet to come out. Senior, please lend us a hand. Help us obtain some natural luck from the Forbidden Land. Chu Feng spoke, asking for its help. If I could help, would I still be crippled and petrified? Who would be willing to stay in this hopeless world? The lame Empyrean shook his head and sighed. He couldn't help at all. There's no need for you to take action. I've meticulously researched domains, and now that I've stepped into the peak of the Saint Expert realm, I'm about to touch upon the domain of the Divine Expert. After 100 years of solitary contemplation, I've finally researched a method, but it requires the cooperation of others. Now, it seems like your immortal heavenly sovereign body is the most suitable. You can block a certain key node in the forbidden area and help us block this calamity. Stop it. The stone fox's expression was gloomy. Was he using it as a gunny sack to block the gap in the energy dam and face the impact of the torrent of order? Does this mean you agree? Chu Feng put on a fawning expression. Move to the side. Your eyes are turning black. The lame Empyrean refused no matter what and directly spoke of some terrifying things. It wasn't as if no Empyreans had died in the forbidden land of the Yang realm, and he had seen it with his own eyes. You're so capable. You just need to be my shield and block a dozen or so calamities. I guarantee you'll be fine. Although the lame Empyrean was petrified, it was obvious that his face was dark. Blocking a dozen times wasn't enough. He really wanted to spit on Chu Feng's face. Seeing his dark expression, Chu Feng tried to persuade him one step further. I've done some experiments. I picked up half a divine gray dagger and slashed your body 40 to 50 times. You didn't react at all and didn't even wake up. There wasn't even a scratch on your body. I'll slap you to death. The stone fox swayed violently. Hey, Bustling flew up and gave him a slap. This bastard was actually using a dagger on his body? I have no evil intentions. I'm just testing how tough your body is. The facts have proven that nothing happened even after I slashed your face 28 times. This proves that your constitution is peerless and you're definitely up to the task. You've helped us block several calamities in the Forbidden Land. Chu Feng dawdled and told the stone fox that he had used his domain methods to calculate that he would be able to obtain some good items from the Forbidden Land after blocking several calamities. These were all great fortunes. This old man will destroy you. The stone fox's body emitted a faint light as he rolled over and collided with Chu Feng. At the same time, his face was covered in black stone stripes. You want to use me as a meat shield, and yet you say my skin is tough? Are you mocking this Empyrean? In the end, Chu Feng's request failed. Under his repeated clarifications, the stone fox gave him some pointers indifferently and gave him some advice. There was still hope if he could enter the divine realm. Otherwise, he couldn't even think about entering the Forbidden Land, the Nine Heavens. Chu Feng sighed and silently turned around to cultivate. There were still 8 months before the 100-year deadline. There really wasn't enough time to make up for it. The most effective shortcut to becoming a god was to obtain the divine core in the Forbidden Land. Unfortunately, this path couldn't be taken. He still had to rely on himself. He had been stuck at the peak of the Illuminator realm for some years. It was just like when he charged into the great circle of the Saint realm back then. He was only a thin layer away from breaking through, but he still couldn't break through. These years, he had killed many Illuminators in the Forbidden Land and absorbed enough divinity granules. You're too impatient for success. More haste, less speed. The more you want to break through, the more the mysterious order suppresses your body. You can't move and can't comprehend the last step to becoming a god, the stone fox pointed out. This time, Chu Feng was quiet. He listened attentively and looked like he was humbly asking for guidance. After that, there was no after that. The stone fox didn't talk about the method to become a god. It didn't have a desire to preach at all. Senior, you making fun of me? Chu Feng looked down on it. The stone fox said solemnly, the past celestial venerables and the Almighty from ancient times have never heard of needing pointers when breaking through realms. They would rather be stuck at a certain level for a long time than give up the opportunity to comprehend the Tao. That's a fated chance. That's fighting against the heavens and seizing the creation shards in the world. Are you willing to give it up? Chu Feng sighed. He only wanted to become a god now. His body had accumulated a lot of gray mist. Moreover, he had come from an unorthodox background. He simply didn't want to rely on this body to look down on the world. There was no need for perfection at this stage. I only want to become a god now and increase my combat power. I really don't have much time left. Being so eager for instant benefits isn't good. Don't let hatred blind your eyes and destroy your own future. The lame heavenly deity advised seriously. Chu Feng sighed softly and said, I did it for revenge, but I was also cultivating. I prepared a path of retreat for myself and found a method. It was recorded in the personal letter you gave me that mentioned how to raise the most powerful geniuses. The stone fox thought for a bit, and then it was moved. You were talking about the path of ruin, a wither and flourish with each passing year, ultimately going from decline to prosperity. It was truly shocked. It naturally understood how difficult this path was. That was simply a path of death. It was extremely bumpy and rugged. Reaching this step wasn't easy, but I still missed out on the golden path of evolution. That was a stage that I've already lost. Moreover, I have a strange substance on me. No matter what, if I want to become the most powerful, there are too many flaws at the current stage. Only the path of ruin can allow me to rise up. This path was prepared precisely for those who had regrets in the earlier stages, those who missed out on the golden evolutionary period. They would reconstruct their true self from ruin and struggle for a new life. This was on the premise that one could endure it. This path was too difficult, and one could easily decline at every turn, forever remaining silent. Even the personal letter warned that from ancient times until now, those who could succeed were few and far between. Those who didn't have great determination should just give up, or else they would just be courting death. The stone fox sighed and said, This is actually a damaged method my master recorded. It isn't complete. Of course, with your current cultivation realm, you can still use it. After all, you are still far from the heavenly deity level. Damaged method? Chu Feng was stupefied. After thinking about it carefully, this seemed to be a type of flawed method. It had the boldness to rise again after being ruined, but he had a vague feeling that it was lacking something. Have you studied it carefully? Have you truly comprehended it? The stone fox looked at him and said, This method treats one's own body as strange soil, burying a seed in the core of one's flesh and soul light. The original self will continuously be ruined, waiting for the new self to be born. Just how cruel of a process is this? At the same time, it even more seriously informed him that the separation between the old and new self, that type of opposition, that type of abandonment and nurturing, was too contradictory and painful. The growth of the new self was joyous, but the passing of the old self was filled with great sorrow and despair. It was the original soul that was withering away, just like the strange soil that was offering itself as a living sacrifice. This was a cruel path, and it definitely wasn't smooth sailing. Some people were torn into two, becoming a deity with one thought, while the other became a demon. They were natural opposites, resisting each other. There were also people who died during the process of separation, burned to ashes by the endless karmic flames drawn over by this type of heaven-defying action. There were even people whose old self occupied the advantage and killed the new self, as if to prove that this path was wrong. They were defeated and died, and in the end, their old self also died, completely disappearing from heaven and earth, never to be seen again in reincarnation. In the end, a nascent core was nurtured. Flesh and soul light were both present, but it struggled out from the withered and decaying old self. It could only watch helplessly as its past self withered away and died, turning into old skin and ruined bones. How cruel is this? The lame Empyrean sighed. Even he felt that this path wasn't something a normal person could walk. Since ancient times, there had been so many heaven-warping and exceptional individuals, but only a few were able to walk this path. Chufeng also felt a bit of a headache after hearing this. He didn't understand that much from the most powerful letter, so he was indeed a bit shaken now. There aren't many paths that I can choose, and I didn't feel that it was too frightening back then, so this naturally became an important path. Moreover, I saw that this method was clearly recorded. It can get rid of all strange matter, and from then on, there will be no need to fear the gray fog. Chufeng said. It could get rid of strange matter. This was one of the important reasons why he chose this path back then. At the same time, once this path was successful, it would truly be incomparably powerful. From a few words in a letter, one could see that even the lame Empyrean's master, that almighty being, was sighing in admiration. His words were full of praise for this Tao fruit, as if he wished he could walk it once. The letter was written by whose master. It was filled with methods that almighty being had collected from all over the Yang realm to cultivate the strongest geniuses. You have to be careful. The lame Empyrean warned Chufeng again and again. This path was too difficult, no different from suicide. At the same time, he also mentioned that this method wasn't complete at all. It was suspected that it lacked a corresponding supreme breathing technique, because the creator of this path was too heaven-defying. Without this breathing technique, it would likely produce half the results with twice the effort. What kind of ruined path is this? Just who was the first to walk it? Chufeng earnestly asked for guidance. It's suspected to be the old path of the celestial emperor, who slowly said. What? This was created by that person in your Yang realm celestial emperor calendar? Chufeng was shocked. Chapter 964. Chufeng was in a daze. He frowned as he thought about it. He couldn't calm down after hearing that this was a damaged method from prehistoric times and that it involved an ancient evolutionary civilization. In the past, there were some lofty existences who didn't know where the path of evolution led to. They didn't know where it ended, but the path was suddenly cut off. The events of the past made one think fancifully and also awed. The little vermilion bird was in a daze on the side. Chufeng felt that since there were prehistoric experts and an unknown evolutionary civilization, this path was definitely not the only one from ancient times until now. There would be forks in the road, wrong paths, and unknown paths. He thought about many things and began to wander. At this time, the stone box, reincarnation path, purgatory, and everything else seemed incomparably ancient in Chufeng's eyes. Were they related to prehistoric times? At the same time, were these related to branch paths or forks in the evolutionary path? Chufeng couldn't calm down. His mind was filled with countless thoughts. He even thought about the clay idol at the end of the reincarnation path and the 3 seeds he had. His thoughts were scattered and his emotions were surging. He even thought about the number 1 forbidden lands of the Yang realm and the foreign realm. What secrets did they have? Why did they produce talisman papers every so often? Senior, why is there a thick gray mist in this forbidden land? Why did it turn into a hunchbacked old man and send out talisman papers? Chufeng suddenly asked. He had always wanted to ask these questions, but he was afraid that the lame celestial venerable would avoid answering. As such, he couldn't find the time to ask and instead stared at it. Unfortunately, the lame celestial venerable was petrified. His face was stiff and expressionless. There are large amounts of strange substances in this world. Isn't it normal for them to appear here? The stone fox said calmly. Chu Feng felt that it was being perfunctory and didn't answer the question of the truth. He wanted to ask more, but the lame celestial venerable's eyes flickered. This is the number 1 forbidden land. Be careful with your words. Chu Feng thought about it and temporarily gave up. This place was indeed frightening. The hunchbacked old man who had revealed a sinister smile was in the depths of the forbidden land. It was unknown whether or not he had heard their conversation. After a long time, Chu Feng tossed these thoughts aside. His current mission was to become a deity. He urgently needed to increase his combat strength. Are we going to walk that path in the end? After all, it is an incomplete technique, and it is too difficult. There is no corresponding breathing technique to support it. Sure, who was extremely serious as he warned seriously. Watching the old self die, transforming into a new self from the old skin and broken bones, a flawless divine fetus, using the original self as a living sacrifice, was indeed terrifying. Chu Feng thought for a while and sighed softly. He did not make a final decision. He was going to cultivate and comprehend the order of God. At this moment, he walked toward a secret realm in the forbidden area, sat down cross-legged, and circulated the robbery induction breathing technique. His whole body was sparkling and translucent, and energy was circulating rapidly. Where did this robbery induction breathing technique come from? Chu Feng also wanted to ask Shu this question, but he restrained himself in the end. He felt that this was an ancient method, and judging from the attitude of the people of the Yang realm last time, they really wanted to obtain it. Whether it was the stone box, the seed, or the robbery induction, he didn't want to reveal them to a celestial venerable for the time being. Time to transcend the tribulation. 2 days later, Chu Feng was convinced that this window paper in his body needed a kind of aura, so he no longer sat there. He wanted to go outside the forbidden area and transcend the tribulation for the past few decades. He had stayed here for 72 years and had never left. Chu Feng had killed quite a number of Illuminati beings, and he himself did not know how many divinity granules he had absorbed. As expected, the tribulation was tyrannical and long. Chu Feng had spent more than 10 days just to transcend the tribulation, which simply made people speechless. Even Shu, who was dumbstruck. He had never seen such a long tribulation before. This didn't seem real at all. Of course, it was impossible for Chu Feng to transcend it in one go. In reality, he didn't make things difficult for himself because he cherished his life very much. As long as he was tired, he would escape back into the first forbidden area to avoid the thunderbolts. Just like that, he had divided the heavenly thunderbolts and avoided the fatal tribulation. Obviously, the continuous baptism of so many heavenly tribulations had attacked his corporeal body and soul light, allowing his basic qualities to reach the God rank. Regardless of whether it was his corporeal body or spiritual power, they were absolutely terrifying. Just like in the past, the only thing he lacked was the control of the God rank order. He had transcended the tribulation consecutively during these dozen or so days, and it was really too lively. Even though he was in the deepest part of the underground, he still alarmed the beings on the surface of the earth in the end. There were beings rushing over from the abyss adjacent to this place to investigate the situation from afar. After that, the vicious beast plateau also received news that a descendant of a god was leading troops over to attack. This was because they had received news that it was suspected that the Een spirit from the outer realms was transcending the tribulation. The Een spirits from the outer realms had stirred up a storm in the recent 200 years. First, the little martial god and the others were killed. Then, 72 years ago, the successors of the martial god and the witch god were also beheaded, causing a huge uproar. If it wasn't because this place was adjacent to the abyss and there were divine beasts lying dormant here, the martial god and the others from the vicious beast plateau might have personally mobilized and attacked this place. The Great War between the two camps had only ended a few decades ago, and they didn't want to erupt again because of a misunderstanding. Yes, I finally found this place. Chu Feng saw the large number of troops outside the forbidden area, but he wasn't worried in the slightest. Even gods didn't dare to enter, so what did he have to be afraid of? As expected, "It's you, Ean's spirit," someone shouted from outside. It was a golden-haired, middle-aged man who was pointing a spear at Chu Feng from a distance. Chu Feng had once been wanted, and many people had seen his portrait. Regardless of whether it was in the Ean spirit state or with flesh and blood, he had already been drawn by someone a long time ago. "Outer realm Ean spirit, come out and receive your death." There was a large number of troops outside the forbidden area, and all of them were experts. There wasn't a single weakling among them as they shouted loudly. Chu Feng listened to the golden-haired, middle-aged man opposite him who was holding a spear and said, "It's you. The first time I came to the forbidden area, I just happened to run into you guys." However, Chu Feng didn't reveal his true appearance at that time. 100 years ago, this middle-aged man threw flying spears unceasingly, causing Chu Feng to cut an incomparably sorry figure in the forbidden area and sustaining heavy injuries. "Very well, we can settle accounts today," shouted Chu Feng. Other than this golden-haired middle-aged man, he also saw other people. Back then, there was someone who threatened to raise the little vermilion bird into a cage and give it to a god. That person also came. Kill. Both parties didn't say much before they started fighting. They both wanted to kill the other party quickly. Divine weapon. Chu Feng trembled. There was someone opposite him who wanted to kill him with a divine weapon. Fortunately, he had found the god-level broken sword in the forbidden area, so he wasn't afraid of this sudden attack. It was a divine sword that radiated brilliance in all directions. It was the martial god sword that was brought by his descendant to kill Chu Feng here. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in all directions as the divine weapon and the sword clashed. It was deafening. Unfortunately, it was useless even if the martial god's son came. He was killed by Chu Feng because his physical body was already considered a god and was innately powerful. The broken sword swept past, and a beam of light erupted. When it shook off the other party's divine sword, it killed the martial god's second son and left him dripping with blood. This time, even the death substitution talisman was useless because he was killed by the divine weapon, the broken sword. It surpassed the illuminator level. Swoosh! Chu Feng seized the divine sword in his hand. Suddenly, golden light erupted, and the sword rays were like golden waves that surged wildly in this area. Puffed, puffed, puffed. There wasn't any suspense in this battle. Even if the opposing party had a divine weapon and a large number of people, they were still no match for him. Under Chu Feng's massacre, many people were swept away and blood splattered everywhere. There wasn't anyone who wasn't afraid of death. They never would have thought that they would suffer a great loss in the end when facing an illuminator who wasn't a god. It wasn't enough even if they brought a few divine weapons. "Where do you think you're going?" Chu Feng set his eyes on the middle-aged man who threw the flying spear at him back then and killed his way over. With a puff, the sword light was like a rainbow as it beheaded that person, and his head flew into the air. When that middle-aged man's soul light wanted to escape, it was pierced by a sword. This golden sword was a divine weapon, so it made that middle-aged man scream miserably and die a violent death. This was a great battle of pursuit, and the scene stunned everyone. It was just one person, yet he was chasing after a large group of people. The powerhouses from the vicious beast plateau were routed, and there was no lack of divine sons among them. In the end, this group of people was almost wiped out. Chu Feng's physical body was comparable to that of a god's, and with a sharp sword in his hand, he was truly brave and unrivaled. These people couldn't stop him at all. Don't worry about it anymore. Invite a god to exterminate the Ean spirits. He's growing too quickly, someone shouted. In reality, Some people had long since burned the special message talismans in their hands before they perished, and they had already transmitted the news to the outside world. Chu Feng wielded his sword and moved forward. He killed all of his opponents, and corpses were everywhere under his feet. In the end, he returned to the forbidden area. During this process, he absorbed a large amount of divinity granules and a portion of ancestral Tao matter. He felt as if his entire body was going to explode. I'm slow in becoming a god, and I'm unable to comprehend the final divine order. If this goes on, I'll use the mutant technique to absorb too many divinity granules, and I'll self-destruct. Even he himself was worried. At the final juncture, a thought stirred in his mind, and he started to take the first step on that ruined path. He used his own body as the mutant soil to bury a seed and nurture a new self. At the same time, these absorbed divinity granules also became nourishment as they fused with his flesh and blood. Chu Feng was stunned. At this moment, he simply found it hard to believe. He had already buried a seed of a new self on his first attempt, and he succeeded for the time being. He was absorbing the energy of his physical body and soul light, and he was treating them as the mutant soil. However, he felt relieved. This was the initial stage, and it was comparatively easy. He was afraid that when he truly nurtured a divine fetus, that would be terrifying. This new self would be intensely entangled with his old self, and they would naturally oppose each other. Did I choose the wrong path? Chu Feng was asking himself, but now he still had a chance to correct himself. At practically the same time, that window paper was pierced through. The harder he tried to proceed, the more he couldn't obtain it. Now he wanted to attempt another path, and in the end, he became a god. Bang! Heaven and earth shook violently, and explosions rang out in all directions. The divinity granules that Chu Feng absorbed surged madly, and his body no longer felt as if it was going to explode. He absorbed and refined it, and his own strength was rapidly increasing. At the same time, the so-called ruined path was to use his own body as the mutant soil to nurture a new self. Now, it was temporarily peaceful, and he no longer needed to absorb divinity energy. After all, this was just the beginning. After planting the seed, he needed to experience the tempering of time before he would have the chance to nurture a divine fetus into the world in the future. And now, he had already become a god, and his essence, chi, and spirit were surging. Senior, my current strength is sufficient, and I can enter the 9 heavens to pick up fortunes. Let's go together. Chu Feng asked the stone fox for assistance once again. He knew that he was about to leave and achieve his objective in this world, but it still wasn't safe enough. He wanted to bring some things out from the 9 heavens. Chapter 965. The stone fox refused flatly at first because Chu Feng actually wanted to use it as a shield. Did I owe you anything in my previous life? Do I have to be bitten by countless snakes of order for you to suppress the myriad snake nest? I'm not going. Senior, a person must be honest. You promised me that you would accompany me once I become a god. The stone fox corrected him. I'm not a person. I'm a heavenly venerable, understand? I never promised anything. I only said that you have to become a god if you want to go in. But in the end, it still agreed because the little vermilion bird had come over to wipe its tears. It wanted to ask the stone fox to bring its mother out of the fallen Phoenix Hill. Shirhu sighed and said, "Forget it. Since we're going to enter a special terrain, it doesn't matter if we enter once or twice. I will help you. However, I really can't move. If I am abandoned in those mountains and rivers, I will suffer for the rest of my life." It gathered together with Chu Feng and studied the various terrifying mountains and rivers. Chu Feng understood domains and was now a peak sage master who was about to break through to the divine level. The stone fox sighed in admiration at such a young quasi-divine expert. It said that his evolutionary talents were far inferior to his talents in domains. The latter could be considered shocking even in the Yang realm. It advised Chu Feng that taking the ordinary path of evolution was a mistake. He should start from domains and use this to become a heavenly venerable. Normally, The amount of time and energy needed to advance in the field of domains was more than 10 times that of the evolutionary path. But Chu Feng had broken common sense. "I want to take both paths," Chu Feng replied. The lame heavenly venerable scolded him for being greedy and that he wouldn't be able to take either path. After a period of exploration, Chu Feng and the stone fox were covered in dirt. They were almost trapped in the fallen Phoenix Hill and brought out the old vermilion bird's corpse with great difficulty. It had long since withered up, and its essence energy had completely dissipated. That was close. Chu Feng was still apprehensive. When the stone fox heard this, he immediately glared and said, "What's so dangerous about that? You carried me in, blocked in front of you, and endured all the attacks. You were completely fine. Okay?" My old arms and legs almost fell apart. The little vermilion bird cried loudly, tears rolling down her cheeks. She fainted several times. The stone fox sighed. Back then, it had watched the old vermilion bird grow up. In the end, it died here. Right now, it felt terrible, but it was powerless to do anything. Its almighty master had crippled it, and even now, there was still a terrifying restriction within its body, making it unable to break free from its fate. In the depths of the Forbidden Land, in front of the first layer of heaven, Chu Feng and Shi, who had been studying it for a long time, but they still hadn't dared to put it into action. The little vermilion bird's eyes were red. It buried its mother in a place with verdant hills and limpid waters. Now, it also came over to study with them. "Senior, this time, you only need to stay there for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and we will be successful." "Shut up. How much essence, energy, and spirit will I lose in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn? Little brat, is your domain attainments enough? Are you going to rely on me as a meat shield?" Chu Feng smiled apologetically and said, "You have the body of a heavenly venerable. I can't even cut your face with a divine knife. Even in a special terrain, that kind of order definitely can't hurt you. I want to slap you to death." In the end, the stone fox agreed to Chu Feng's request with a dark expression. In the end, it immediately regretted it. God damn it, it wanted to curse, but Chu Feng flung it away like a brick and threw it into the first layer of the Forbidden Land. Chi, chi, chi. Light erupted within the Forbidden Land. This first layer of heaven was the famous nest of 10,000 snakes. For a moment, beams of light interweaved like divine snakes. Some were flickering with silver light, some were glaring with golden light, and some were steaming with purple energy. 10,000 snakes came out of the cave and pounced toward the stone fox. They were all orders that could strangle gods. Even the lame heavenly venerable let out a muffled groan. In the end, he roared, "Little brat, you've tricked me again. Are you done yet?" This was truly a case of 10,000 snakes drilling into his heart. All of them covered his body. They had agreed that he would only receive 10 to 20% of the nest of 10,000 snakes attack. So why was it all blasted over? It was obvious that it had been deceived by Chu Feng. If it wasn't for the fact that this was only the first layer of heaven and its body was a heavenly venerable, things would have been troublesome. Even so, it growled repeatedly and wanted to crush Chu Feng to death with a single claw. Chu Feng rushed in and prepared the stone box in secret, ready to put himself in at any moment. At this moment, the terrain was trembling. The stone fox was suppressing that special node and had attracted all the divine snakes of order away. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was temporarily safe because he was stepping on a strange area. These areas were the safest paths he had deduced as a domain researcher. If he could reach the divine level, or even higher, the paths he had deduced would be even safer. He kept changing his position. Hence, it was somewhat awkward when he landed. It was as though he was swinging left and right, left and right. These landing spots were too special. The stone fox's mouth twitched after seeing this. "You're still in mood to dance? Can you do it or not? How can a true god say he can't? I'm the strongest. Just hold on for another incense stick's worth of time, and I guarantee I'll plunder all the fortunes here." Chu Feng shouted. "Little bastard, I'll kill you," the stone fox said furiously. How come there was an extra incense stick's worth of time? It'll be done soon. You must hold on. It's rare to have a few chances in life. How many things can be restarted? Senior, you're now standing on the precipice of fate. Be firm in your conviction, grit your teeth, and charge through. The stone fox wanted to spit out blood after hearing Chu Feng pour out poisonous chicken soup mixed with dog blood. Swoosh, swoosh. Chu Feng dodged left and right and moved in odd arcs. Finally, he arrived before the jade table on the first layer of heaven and snatched away the 2 talisman papers on it. One was flickering with violet radiance and surging auspicious energy. The other was bright red and surging with scarlet radiance, illuminating the void. These 2 talisman papers were covered in intricate patterns that were difficult to understand. They could be considered priceless treasure talismans. Even if Chu Feng were to be killed now, it wouldn't be a problem for him to immediately reincarnate. Are you done yet? The stone fox forcefully endured the pain. He was once a heavenly deity, so he didn't want to grimace in pain. However, it was truly painful. He used his stone body to forcefully endure all of the attacks, but it was still a bit unbearable. He simply wanted to curse out loud. Just a bit more. Hold on for another incense stick's worth of time. Chu Feng shouted, I really want to beat you to death. The stone fox gnashed his teeth in anger. This brat wanted to give him a few more incense sticks worth of time. Chu Feng seemed to be running randomly in this terrain, but there was actually a specific pattern. He continuously circled around or moved in an arc. Every time, he had to walk a long distance before he would suddenly take a few large steps forward and appear in front of his destination. As such, it was truly a waste of time. He was currently picking up divine cores. He had already picked up 5. Soon after, he discovered a few more in a rocky region and decisively moved in an arc. These were all divine positions. Of course, they were all damaged. If they weren't damaged, a single divine core could create a true deity. They were truly priceless treasures. Just like that, Chu Feng attacked continuously in the first layer of the Forbidden Land in search of divine cores. His movements were fast, but he had to take a long detour. Every time, he had to make many circles before he could approach his target. In the end, he found a total of 11 damaged divine cores. This could be considered a great harvest and made his heart burn with passion. These were his current treasures. Senior, let's go. Chu Feng ran away. After escaping, he shook the terrain violently. He had previously left behind many magnetic stones and laid down a domain. Now it was completely activated. Boom! A brilliant light erupted from the lame stone fox and sent him flying. Then, he directly smashed out and blasted a large pit into the ground. Brat, I'm not done with you. The old fox wanted to fight him to the death. He was at the bottom of the pit with his head and face covered in dirt. Even now, the orderly divine snakes on his body hadn't dissipated completely. Even a stone embryo was twitching. Chu Feng hurriedly flattered him. He gazed into the pit and said, Senior, please calm your anger. Only you can suppress such a terrifying terrain in this world. It's truly amazing. Your physique is simply peerless. Don't give me that. I won't fall for it. The stone fox actually jumped out of the pit with a faint glow. It could actually jump clumsily at the critical moment. Chu Feng said with a guilty conscience, Senior, the reason I extended my time to come out is all for the little vermilion bird. Don't you feel that its mother died in such a miserable place? Now that it's left alone, it's so pitiful. The little vermilion bird was sentimental. Even though it wasn't young anymore, it had never come into contact with a complicated world. It was still very simple and immediately began to cry because it missed its mother. The stone fox also felt bad. Back then, it had watched the little vermilion bird's mother grow up. In the end, it had watched her die here. Now that its daughter had grown up, there were indeed many regrets in its heart. Tell me, what does this have to do with the little vermilion bird? It said while grinding its teeth. I discovered a few special divine cores that belong to divine beasts. Moreover, it was suspected that they didn't use any mutant techniques when they were alive. They weren't contaminated by strange substances and relied on normal evolution to become gods. Chu Feng decisively handed over a few divine cores to the little vermilion bird. Immediately, the stone fox's belly full of anger subsided quite a bit. It looked at him with a dark expression. Seeing that it didn't say anything with a dark expression, Chu Feng decisively ran away and chose a safe place to absorb the divine cores. He didn't dare to absorb these things as a whole. That was because he understood the inside story. A single mistake, and the original owner of the divine cores might obtain a different kind of rebirth. As such, he used the divine sword to split up these broken divine cores and used the 6 rays of time technique to crush them all. Only then did he begin to absorb the divine substances. Before long, in that area, divine light overflowed into the heavens. The energy within Chu Feng's body was increasing unceasingly, and his strength was rapidly increasing. When a divine core completely turned into ashes, Chu Feng felt refreshed. Vigorous divine energy was gushing out from even his pores. His strength had increased by a large margin. He decisively shattered the second divine core and began to absorb it. Both his corporeal body and soul light were trembling. During evolution, this kind of growth in strength was too fast. It gave him a kind of satisfaction and a sense of harvest. If this continued, he would swiftly and violently become stronger. He definitely wasn't a god in the ordinary sense. He had just become a god, and he was already beginning to evolve. There was a pile of divine cores in front of him. If he absorbed all of them, even Chu Feng himself couldn't be sure to what extent he could grow to. He knew that he was about to leave soon. He would slay a god and fly to the heavens to settle accounts with the people of the Yang realm. Chapter 966. Another amber-colored divine core was cut open by Chu Feng's sword and then disintegrated by his little 6 rays of time technique. It was as if a golden rain had appeared and sprinkled down on this area. It was very gorgeous and sparkling. Chu Feng's body seemed insatiable. All of his pores opened up and absorbed all the light rain of the divine substance. Golden spiritual mist rose around him. It was hazy and splendid. This was the 7th divine core he had absorbed. Even if it was incomplete, it was still terrifying with so many accumulated together. It was enough to create 3 or 4 gods. There was still the last one that was more complete. It was shaped like a golden heart and carried exuberant vitality. There was also divine energy pervading the air. The density was astonishing. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and made his move again to cut it open. Soon, he was enveloped by the golden order runes that transformed into a light rain. It was as if there were little spirits dancing around him. They were comprehended and absorbed by Chu Feng. He advanced by leaps and bounds in the divine domain. His strength grew at a shocking speed. This was definitely not an ordinary divine realm. He felt that if he had to classify them, he would be close to the best among the gods. In other words, he was a divine general. In the end, he stood up. He had already disintegrated all the divine cores and refined them into divine substance, fusing them into his flesh and soul light. Now, every inch of Chu Feng's flesh and blood contained divinity and was filled with boundless energy. Once it erupted, it would be easy for him to kill a race. He was very satisfied. The evolution this time was shocking. The activity of the cells all over his body increased rapidly. There were golden runes flickering on his bones. His cells were filled with astonishing energy. His soul light was dazzling like an undying light. He felt that his condition was excellent. Even if a god attacked now, he wouldn't be afraid. He could move unhindered in the foreign realm. He wanted to see the little vermilion bird to see how it was doing. He had repeatedly warned the little vermilion bird not to directly absorb the divine cores. Instead, it was disintegrating them with great difficulty. However, its efficiency wasn't high due to its limited strength. The divine cores were too hard for it. Even with the divine blade in hand, it was still very strenuous to cut them open. Clanking sounds rang out incessantly as divine light splashed everywhere. "Let me help you." Chu Feng walked over and used the divine sword he had seized to cut open the divine beast cores. Even so, these fragments weren't fine enough for the little vermilion bird. Senior Fox, I'll have to ask for your help. Chu Feng looked at Shirhu. The lame Empyrean didn't understand, but soon he knew how to get it to help. Chu Feng directly picked it up and smashed it against the god beast core. Then he used it to grind the fragments. Immeasurable calamity, that undying kid. I'm going to kill you. Shirhu was so angry that her nose was about to go crooked. It was just that it couldn't move freely, otherwise it would definitely get angry with him and completely settle old and new debts. It was just too angry and resentful. Senior, please forgive me. If I want to grind the divine beast core into powder, this is the only way. Only you can do it. Chu Feng explained. I'm going to kill you. Sure, who gnashed his teeth. This really didn't treat the heavenly sovereign as anything, actually treating it like a stone hammer, and then treating it like a roller, becoming a primitive tool, smashing things with quang-quang sounds. It was just too hateful and infuriating. The little vermilion bird stared blankly and became absent-minded. Even she didn't know what to say. Yes, someone's coming. Little red bird, stay here to cultivate and evolve. Senior, help protect it. I'll go face the enemy. Chu Feng decisively ran away. Little brat, come back. I'll beat you to death. Shirhu was flustered and exasperated. He really wanted to use himself to smash Chu Feng. The martial god had come, the dark moon goddess had also arrived, and the sorcerer god had also arrived. They had come to the depths of the underground and appeared outside the forbidden area to capture the Yin spirit Chu Feng. During the past 200 years, there had been endless Yin spirits causing trouble. The little martial god had died more than 100 years ago, and the successors of two deities had been killed 72 years ago. Not long ago, several children of gods had died in battle, and even some divine weapons had been lost. This was a major incident. A group of illuminators had been dispatched, and there were even demigods among them. They had displayed their true divine might with divine weapons, but in the end, they had still fallen. Everyone had been annihilated, which made them feel the seriousness of the situation. Fortunately, those people had already burned the divine-level communication talisman before they died, telling them what had happened here. As a result, a few great deities had joined forces to attack. Even if it would alarm the divine beasts in the abyss, they couldn't care less. From their point of view, the Yin spirit Chu Feng was growing too fast, and he was already a threat to them. They decided that they had to kill him before he became a god. The underground world was vast and more auspicious than the surface. It wasn't dark at all. There were lofty mountains, golden waterfalls, and great rivers rushing into the distance. It was extremely magnificent. However, a few deities had ugly expressions. They could clearly sense that the so-called Yin spirit Chu Feng had become a god, and he wasn't an illuminator at all. They were a step too late. Unfortunately, they had searched for many years without any results. Not long ago, the group of deceased deities had found this place. Otherwise, how could they have allowed this Yin spirit to grow to this stage? Of course, the reason why they had discovered Chu Feng was because the commotion caused by his tribulation was too great. In the end, it had attracted people from the outside world. Why do you have a physical body? The martial god asked. He was a dignified, middle-aged man with a tall build and thick golden hair. His eyes were especially sharp. This wasn't just his question, but also the question of everyone present. There were records of the Yin spirits from beyond the heavens in this world, but it had never been mentioned that they had a physical body. However, Chu Feng was an exception. Seeing that Chu Feng didn't speak, the dark moon goddess with sparkling purple hair was cold and aloof. She stood in the air, looked down at him, and said, "Just take him down. Make him kneel and narrate his story." The sorcerer god was the most direct. He was an old man who secretly activated witchcraft. It was mysterious and different from the mainstream evolution. It was similar to a curse. A demonic green light suddenly appeared in front of Chu Feng and wrapped him up. This was a killing move. Once this kind of witchcraft rune eroded into one's flesh, even a god would lose half his life. Chu Feng activated the little 6 rays of time technique. In a split second, there seemed to be pure white feathers fluttering around his body. They had a divine radiance and cut through the green light. The sorcerer god was shocked. This was a young fellow who had just become a god, yet he could break through his divine technique so easily. This was no small matter. The martial god and the dark moon goddess had sharp eyes. They immediately realized that something was wrong. They didn't say a word and decisively attacked. They had to eliminate this Een spirit by hook or by crook. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The martial god now had 4 heads and 8 arms. Spears appeared in all of his arms. They were golden in color and surged with god-level energy. He suddenly threw them out. In the blink of an eye, 48 golden spears flew out in succession to nail Chu Feng to death in the air. They were simply too fast. The air exploded, and even the void was pierced through. It was as if 48 golden divine rainbows were shooting out. The moon goddess flipped her hand and took out a treasure mirror. Silver light shone on it, trying to fix Chu Feng in place. This was her divine treasure. Once swept by the mirror light, even a god would be slowed down. At the same time, the sorcerer god also attacked. An ancient scarlet bow appeared in his hand. A peachwood arrow was knocked on it and shot out rapidly. In an instant, the sound of weeping could be heard. This was the mysterious ancient cursed bow, an arrow. The decisive battle broke out, just like that. There wasn't much probing. Chu Feng quickly moved his body sideways, but there were too many spears, and they covered the area. Most importantly, the dark moon goddess' silvery white divine boundary confined the void and almost fixed him in place. He couldn't break free from this area. The light emitted by the silvery white mirror contained the laws to confine gods and enveloped this space. At such a critical moment, an ordinary god would definitely be restrained and killed by the other two. Divine power pervaded around Chu Feng's body. It was vigorous and boundless as he broke free from the shackles. Moreover, his little 6 rays of time technique blossomed with auspicious light and absorbed all the divinity granules and ancestral Taoist matter. He broke through the so-called God-forbidding domain. The golden divine sword in his hand erupted with light and continuously collided with the spears. At the same time, the sorcerer god's trump card, the peachwood arrow, was sent flying with sparks flying in all directions. Not good. Their expressions changed. This Een spirit had actually become so powerful after becoming a god. He was even a bit more valiant than the martial god, who had the most profound skills among them. The situation was terrible. 12 divine wings appeared on Chu Feng's back. They were all formed from sword rays. These were sword wings. With a gentle flap of the wings, sword rays overflowed the sky and swept forward. In an instant, the clanging sound of swords shook the 9 heavens. Terrifying sword rays shot out as if hundreds of thousands of divine swords had appeared at this moment. They were either slashing, flying, or sweeping forward. The dark moon goddess was struck by the sword. Her snow-white forearm was almost cut off and blood gushed out. Clang! The martial god blocked it. A golden spear appeared in his hand. It was no longer a short, flying spear. This was his most powerful weapon. After it danced, it propped up a screen of light formed by interweaving order runes. However, his shoulder was still bleeding as a hole had been pierced through. The sorcerer god's scarlet bow shone. He staggered and blocked the attack of the sword wings, but he was still injured in the end. There was a bloody hole in his chest. In such a short exchange, the 3 gods were injured. Although they were all lightly injured and could be regenerated with a drop of blood, it was enough to show the seriousness of the situation. The 3 of them were at a disadvantage even when working together. How terrifying was this? The 3 of them no longer held back and used their strongest trump cards. Right now, it wasn't a matter of how they were going to kill the Een spirit Chu Feng. Instead, it was a matter of how they were going to survive. The 2 sides definitely wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. There was no hope of reconciliation. Chu Feng had an idea. In this short exchange, he had already understood their strength levels. The strongest among them, the martial god, was only slightly closer to the divine general level. Kill! Chu Feng shouted. The battle became more and more relaxed. He tested out some of the techniques he had comprehended after becoming a god. They were derived from the lesser 6 paths of time technique. Void reflection. When he waved his sword, his silhouettes appeared in all directions. They were exactly the same as him. Then, the sword rays that shot out were real and surrounded the 3 gods. This is the legendary Evil Lord's technique. The Dark Moon Goddess screamed in shock. The Evil Lord of the 6 Paths was the most powerful and ancient ancestor of this world. He had created various special techniques, and the most powerful one was naturally the 6 Paths of Time technique. Rumor had it that those who grasped this technique were fearless of bizarre substances and wouldn't encounter inauspicious events in their later years. But in the end, this primogenitor died very miserably. He was hunted down by the Yang realm's powerhouses, and this caused this technique to be lost. After the Dark Moon Goddess screamed, she was horrified. A beam of sword light pierced through the space between her brows and confined her. She couldn't break free no matter how much her soul light flared up. She could only watch helplessly as Chu Feng used the lesser 6 Paths of Time technique to absorb her divinity granules and ancestral Taoist matter. Kill! Shouted Chu Feng. At this moment, the situation was already set. No matter how the martial god and the witch god fought, they couldn't change anything. In the end, this area was splattered with blood. The 3 great gods were all killed, and not a single one was left. Dense divinity granules enveloped Chu Feng, and ancestral Taoist matter pervaded the air. All of them were gathered by his side. He used the lesser 6 Paths of Time technique to refine them, and his cultivation was rapidly rising. At this moment, the activity of the cells in his body surged. With a crack, he felt that a checkpoint had been opened. He knew that he had become a well-known figure among the gods, a divine general. He was no longer close to it. Instead, he had truly reached this level. His strength naturally increased by leaps and bounds. Chapter 9:67. In the mountains, Chu Feng was picking up the spoils of war. When he picked up the sorcerer god's scarlet bow, he staggered and suddenly fell to the ground. His body trembled and couldn't get up. There was a terrifying curse on it. It was a weapon passed down from ancient times and hadn't been destroyed even after a long time. Chu Feng struggled a few times and fell to the ground again. You dare touch the sorcerer god's things? You're quite bold. Unfortunately, you still fell for it. A voice came from the distance. Although this was the underground world, it was no different from the surface. 2 divine beasts walked out of a mountain forest. The one who spoke was a snow-white dragonhorn beast. It was snow-white like a Pegasus and had a pair of dragon horns on its head. Moreover, there were 3 pairs of snow-white wings on its ribs, flowing with divine level energy. The other divine beast was very tall. It was a hoe with jet-black fur and a strong physique. Its wide mouth was filled with fangs, and its body was emitting black light. It was quite ferocious. Get rid of him immediately. This spirit is too terrifying. This is a rare opportunity. If we miss it, no one in this world will be able to keep him in check. Heiho said. They had already evolved into divine beasts, and each controlled an abyss not far from the first forbidden area. That was why they rushed over as soon as the divine battle broke out. I have no enmity with you. Do you really want to fight? Chu Feng asked while lying on the ground. There is no enmity. However, you are so powerful that you are a serious threat to us and have destroyed the balance of this world. In addition, we are not on good terms with the vermilion bird bloodline. I heard that the young vermilion bird is with you. Therefore, you should just die. The dragon-horned beast laughed. A dazzling radiance burst out from between its horns. That was lightning. It transformed into a resplendent divine spear and pierced toward the space between Chu Feng's brows. It was a fatal attack from the very beginning. At the same time, that Heiho also roared and opened its bloody mouth full of order runes. It swept toward Chu Feng like a vast ocean. The 2 divine beasts were very decisive and attacked immediately. Sigh! Chu Feng sighed. With a whoosh, he disappeared from where he was. Then, he used the little 6 rays of time technique. His sword light was like a rainbow as he fought fiercely with them. In reality, it couldn't be considered an intense battle. He was now at the divine general level, so as soon as he took action, the 2 divine beasts were alarmed. They roared out, and then divine blood sprayed out from their bodies. They were seriously injured, almost having their heads removed. The injuries on their necks were terrifying. Are you pretending to be cursed? They were shocked and angry. Otherwise, how can I determine whether or not you should be killed? Chu Feng said calmly. He had long sensed that there were gods spying on them in the dark. Even though the 2 divine beasts had secret treasures to conceal their auras, they still couldn't hide from his keen divine senses. We are willing to surrender. Please show mercy. Chu Feng hesitated. Should he take them to the netherworld? Soon he shook his head. These were 2 gods, and they were very difficult to control. If he was even the slightest bit careless, he might suffer a backlash, especially since the people around him hadn't reached the domain of divinity. Kill! Tong shouted and fought fiercely. However, reality was very cruel. Even the 2 divine beasts were far from being a match for the divine, general-level Chu Feng. Very soon, large wounds appeared on their bodies, and they were about to be beheaded. I'm willing to be your mount. Imagine riding a divine beast and walking in the world. All living beings will be shocked and worship you. Even the gods of the vicious beast plateau can't achieve this step, shouted the dragon-horned beast. It lowered its head to indicate that it was willing to surrender. Chu Feng wasn't moved. He could clearly feel the hidden killing intent of these 2 divine beasts. They weren't willing to surrender, but they were pressured and didn't want to be killed. Keeping this kind of mount was also a future trouble. He had just become a god and didn't have that many beast taming methods yet. How about this? Try to escape and let me see how strong your legs are, said Chu Feng. He wanted to return to the Yin realm and then go to the primal chaos universe to fight the gods of the Yang realm. If these 2 vicious beasts were fast enough, they could stay. The 2 divine beasts turned around and ran after hearing what was said. This was a joint escape. It would be better if they could escape, but if they couldn't, they would just lower their heads and become his mount first. They would think of a way to kill him later. Too slow. Chu Feng shook his head. After unfolding his sword wings, he caught up in a flash and cut off their path forward. It was as though fragments of time were lingering around him. Bang! Tong was very decisive and unyielding. Before Chu Feng could express anything, he self-detonated first and wanted to drag Chu Feng down with him. As a divine beast, his divine senses were naturally very sharp. He sensed Chu Feng's killing intent. However, the black energy mass was confined by Chu Feng before it could spread. He used the little 6 rays of time technique to frantically absorb it. All the divinity granules and ancestral Tao matter were swept away. The dragon-horned beast was overwhelmed with shock. This Yin spirit was too powerful and much stronger than them. Even self-detonation couldn't kill him. In the end, it was also decapitated by a sword and died a violent death. Since they couldn't truly pledge allegiance, and the 2 divine beasts had enmity with the Vermilion Burr bloodline, he didn't show any mercy. They wanted to kill Chu Feng when they first arrived here. Chu Feng sat cross-legged here and was wrapped in silvery white light and black light. After killing the 2 divine beasts, he had absorbed enough divine matter and his strength had increased a step further. At this moment, he was actually somewhat afraid. This little 6 rays of time technique was too heaven-defying. His strength had increased too quickly. This kind of speed scared even himself. He became a god in 100 years and broke into the divine general domain. This was really shocking. Chu Feng's strength was increasing, but his heart was very heavy. This kind of growth speed made him very worried. But when he thought of the ruined road, he let out a light sigh and observed the seed planted in his body. With his current self as the strange soil, he was waiting for the birth of a divine fetus and his new self to be reborn. That seed was like a tiny golden pill suspended in his body. It merged with his flesh and soul light and took root there. It was obviously much more resplendent than before, because it had received the nourishment of a large amount of divine matter. It was performing extremely well. Chu Feng walked into the forbidden area to find the stone fox. He consulted it and told it about his worries. He truly felt that his evolution was too rapid and his strength had increased too quickly. The stone fox nodded. It knew the little 6 rays of time technique and deeply understood that this kind of method was heaven-defying. It was a kind of terrifying mutant technique that could allow one to rise in a short period of time. It was somewhat demonic. Otherwise, why would that person be called the evil lord of the 6 rays of time back then? Even the powerhouses of the Yang realm were afraid of him, and several people joined forces to kill him. At the same time, it told Chu Feng not to worry too much. The reason why the Yin realm's cultivation was slow was because the laws were incomplete, and it was also suppressed by the abyss. Chu Feng had told him about the situation in the Yin realm, and the lame celestial venerable had made various reasonable judgments. It said that the limit of the Yin realm was the peak of the Illuminator realm, and that it was impossible to become a god. At the same time, because of the upper limit, suppression, and incomplete order, it was difficult to cultivate after reaching the saint level. The laws in the foreign realm were more complete. Hence, after reaching the saint level, the cultivation speed was much faster than in the Yin realm. With the help of the little 6 rays of time technique, Chu Feng's rapid advancement was also within expectations. Chu Feng asked it if the laws in the Yang realm were complete and order was evident. Would cultivation be faster there? Yes, the Yin realm you're in can be considered a deduction of the Dharma ending age. The Yang realm is indeed a cultivation holy land with perfect order. The stone fox nodded. It told Chu Feng that no world was as good as imagined. The cultivation speed in the Yang realm was indeed much faster, but it wouldn't be too ridiculous. However, one thing was certain. The evolvers in the Yang realm were generally stronger than those in the Yin realm. This was because the Yang realm's great Tao was undamaged and the laws of heaven and earth were dense. This caused everyone to be baptized by more order runes when they broke through. Of course, there are also disadvantages. For example, in the Yang realm, even golden arhats can't fly. They'll be suppressed by perfect order. In some places, quasi-saints couldn't even fly in the sky or burrow underground. This made Chu Feng speechless, but he was also very curious. He kept asking for guidance, wanting to understand more about the Yang realm. He already knew that even saints couldn't destroy planets in the Yang realm. If they really tried to attack, they'd be obliterated by the planet's will instead. In the Yang realm, where the laws were powerful, the planet's will would be very terrifying. I heard that the Yang realm is vast and boundless. Do the various races also inhabit their own vital planets? Chu Feng asked. No. In the starry sky of the universe, every vital planet, and so on, is just their vegetable garden. In the eyes of some ancient races that have existed for millions and millions of years, it's not precious at all. You'll understand when you go there. After that, stop talking. Although the stone fox wasn't very cooperative and was unwilling to say much, Chu Feng still understood a lot of things. I'm finally going to leave. Before I leave, I'll make a trip to the Vicious Beast Plateau and the Abyss respectively. Chu Feng left. Since the 3 gods of the Vicious Beast Plateau came to kill him, how could he just leave like this? He wanted to plunder the homes of the gods. Of course, he naturally wouldn't let the Abyss go. Whoosh! Chu Feng disappeared. His speed was too fast. He tore apart the void and arrived at the Vicious Beast Plateau directly. At his current level, he could already be considered the foreign realm's #1 expert. This world could also be considered to have declined for a very long time. Many eras didn't have a divine king appear, so he could now look down on this world with disdain. Everything went very smoothly. After Chu Feng arrived, he didn't resist at all. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He made his way in and opened up the abodes of the martial god, the dark moon goddess, and the witch god. Those so-called god servants and followers could only tremble in fear under the suppression of his divine might. There were still gods on the Vicious Beast Plateau, but they already knew of his battle accomplishments. None of them dared to stand out, and instead felt very uneasy. Chu Feng sighed. He was rather unhappy because he didn't have a single divine medicine that he wanted to pluck the most. 100 years ago, the Vicious Beast Plateau and the Abyss started a war. Both sides fought for more than 10 years, and many experts perished. The gods that didn't die were also heavily injured. In the end, they plucked all the divine medicines to treat their injuries. This kind of thing grew too slowly. Only now did tender shoots emerge. He had the heart to dig them away, but after some thought, the strange substances in this world were too dense. Even divine medicines might carry that kind of attribute. It didn't matter if he consumed it himself, but if he really planted it on Earth, it might bring about harm. Forget it. There are divine medicines and divine trees on Earth too. They'll gradually grow in the end as the world recovers. Of course, the Yin realm universe lacked the nourishment of Yang Qi. The effects of divine medicines were far inferior to the foreign realm. As for the Yang realm, they were even more lacking. In the end, Chu Feng unexpectedly discovered a scroll of scriptures. After studying it carefully, he was overjoyed. This was suspected to be the Tao race's breathing technique. This was found in the martial god's cave residence. In reality, it wasn't obtained by this generation's martial god. It was left behind by an ancient god in the past. Just like the Buddhist race's breathing technique in the vermilion bird's nest, this was also a similar opportunity. In ancient times, a genius from the Tao race entered the foreign realm from Damang Pure Land. In the end, he was forced to rely on a divine king on the Vicious Beast Plateau due to the pressure of life and death. One had to know that the upper limit of the Yin realm made it impossible to become a god. As a result, the restriction that the Tao race powerhouse left in the soul light of his own disciple couldn't stop that divine king at all. He easily broke through it and obtained this breathing technique. Chu Feng was very excited. He left this place and went to sweep through the abyss. Unfortunately, his harvest wasn't great. In the end, he returned to the first forbidden area and found the stone fox. He showed the Tao race's breathing technique to it. Not bad. This is a secret that the Tao race doesn't pass on to others. It can let you cultivate to the illumination realm. Even though it's only the first chapter, it's still incomparably precious. The Tao race's breathing technique is enough to rank among the top few in the Yang realm. The lame celestial venerable's eyes were actually somewhat brilliant. His stone eyes shone. Even though this scroll of scriptures was only at the reflection realm, he was still very interested. After studying it for a long time, he finally helped Chu Feng revise it and get rid of a few flaws within it. His master originally had a close relationship with the Tao race. As a result, he had collected a lot of various incomplete texts related to the Tao race's breathing technique. That almighty master of his had always been researching the few top-notch breathing techniques. He couldn't obtain them, but he always yearned for them. His heart was very conflicted. I didn't expect to obtain it here. I originally wanted to go to the Tao race to get it myself after returning to the Yin realm universe. Chu Feng sighed. This was his true intention. He was prepared to go to the Yang realm, so he naturally had to make ample preparations. He had already obtained many top-notch breathing techniques from the Yin realm, such as the quasi-mortal race, the Buddhist race, the undead silkworm race. More than 10 of them were collected by the people of the Yang realm, but in the end, they fell into his hands. Now, he was in a good mood. He knew that once he entered the Yang realm, it was basically impossible to obtain the breathing techniques of the various races. They were all secrets that wouldn't be passed on. Rather than that, he might as well work harder in the Yin realm and collect some incomplete texts of the Supreme Orthodoxy's breathing techniques. Senior, since we're about to leave, why don't we work harder and plunder the other fortunes in the first forbidden area? Chu Feng smiled apologetically. The Shirhu's face darkened. Go to hell. You still want to use me as a meat shield? Besides, you and the little vermilion bird are the ones leaving, not me. How can I leave you behind and go on my way alone? That's not my style. If you want to leave, then we'll leave together. I have a way to bring you out of this cage. Even if that almighty master of yours sets a restriction on you, he can't stop us. Are you sure? It would be impossible for the Shur who not to break free from this kind of fate. I'm sure, but the premise is that you have to help me one more time and make me strong enough. Only then will I have the confidence to bring you along. Otherwise, I'm not very confident. Chu Feng tricked him. In the end, the Shi who clenched his teeth and became his meat shield again. Bang! Chu Feng didn't stand on ceremony. After carefully studying the terrain and having a simple discussion with the Shi who, he once again smashed him into the depths of the forbidden area like a stone. Little brat, can't you be a little more gentle? I really want to slap you to death. The lame Empyrean's face darkened. He felt as if he was throwing a stone to test the way. He really didn't care when he smashed it, as if he was using it as a stone hammer to smash divine cores. It was too casual, making him angry. Chu Feng laughed dryly. I made a mistake. I was distracted and made a mistake. Please forgive me. In the end, the lame Empyrean groaned again and again. He couldn't hold himself back anymore and cried out in pain. He was attacked by the order of the forbidden area. He cursed Chu Feng for being too unkind. He said it would end quickly, so why was this brat so reluctant to come out after diving in? In the end, Chu Feng's heart raced. He returned with a fruitful harvest. He picked up 5 divine medicines and more than 20 divine cores, some damaged and some intact. In addition, he also picked up 3 damaged divine king cores. Brat, are you done? All right, I'm out. Let's hurry up and leave. If we don't leave, we'll suffer retribution. Chu Feng felt that he had obtained too many things and was afraid of being struck by lightning. The little vermilion bird was dumbstruck. With so many divine cores, it could definitely increase Chu Feng's and its strength by a large amount. It even suspected that Chu Feng wouldn't become a divine king, right? 100 years of cultivation in the foreign land has come to an end. I have swept through the first forbidden area and obtained good fortune. Today, I will step into the sky. Chu Feng pretended to be deep in thought. However, he would look up at the sky from time to time, afraid that lightning would strike him. At this time, he suddenly heard laughter. He turned around and saw a hunchbacked old man appear from the depths of the forbidden area, smiling at him. This wasn't the first time he had seen this kind of smile, but it still made his hair stand on end. Let's go. Chapter 968. Chu Feng escaped from the Forbidden Land. He was fearful of that hunchbacked old man from the bottom of his heart. That was a psychic gray substance that had actually taken on a human form. He didn't know why, but when he saw that seemingly peaceful smile, he truly felt a chill run down his spine from head to toe. He felt apprehensive and horrified. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to see this hunchbacked old man. Therefore, he remained silent along the way and escaped from the underground world. He stayed far away from the abyss and only stopped when he approached Vicious Beast Plateau. Senior, did you see that gray-clothed old man? At this time, Chu Feng asked the lame, celestial venerable. The stone fox didn't make a sound along the way, as if he was also fearful and didn't say a word. As for the little vermilion bird, his bright red feathers were fluffy and standing on end. He was somewhat afraid, and his large eyes were filled with panic. He still hadn't calmed down his nervous emotions. I saw him. Are you afraid? The stone fox asked him. How can a true Prince Charming be afraid? He can't be a coward no matter what. Chu Feng was there with a golden spear in one hand and a sharp divine sword in the other. Divine level energy filled the air and shook the entire wasteland. A dead duck is stubborn. If he was calm enough, he wouldn't care so much and would be very peaceful, the stone fox said unhurriedly after shooting him a glance. Don't talk about me. What about you? Didn't you run with me? What's the background of that hunchbacked old man? Chu Feng wanted to know the secrets of the first forbidden land more and more. The lame celestial venerable said indifferently, If he saw my true body, he would cry. He's just an old servant. The stone fox's attitude made Chu Feng unhappy. He also put on a calm expression and said, Did you see his expression when he saw me? He was smiling at me. That's his charisma, seeing you cry and seeing me smile. The stone fox was putting on the appearance of an otherworldly expert, appearing calm and indifferent. He wanted to use this contrast between crying and smiling to highlight his aloofness. In the end, the lame celestial venerable's face fell after hearing such shameless words. Even the little vermilion bird was speechless. She tilted her head and looked at the two of them with her large ruby-like eyes. Chu Feng said it in a relaxed manner, but his heart was heavy. When that hunchbacked old man saw him, he actually revealed that kind of smile, which made him feel extremely uneasy. Even now, his back was still shivering. He was more and more afraid of the strange substances. If he had the chance, he would definitely get rid of everything in his body. He was even more determined to walk the path of ruin. One day, he would transform into a divine fetus, cut off all the drawbacks, and step onto the path of the strongest. It was just that doing this was too cruel to her old self. It could even be said that it was too cruel to her current self. Every time she thought about it, her heart would palpitate for some reason. She felt that there were some things that she hadn't thought through, and her mind was restless. Forget it. Let's not think too much about it. Nothing is absolute in this world. Perhaps I will embark on another path, Chu Feng mumbled. Now, he was finally going to leave. He didn't have any reluctance to leave the other side. This world was full of strange matter. Even though the little vermilion bird didn't cultivate any special techniques, being born in this world was still contaminated. In the words of the lame Empyrean, this was the sorrow of all living beings in this world. This was a world that made people despair. Senior, don't you want to say anything more? Chu Feng asked. There's nothing to say. It won't be too late to understand it when you can truly charge into the depths of the Forbidden Land one day. Sure, Hu shook his head. He didn't want to say anything more. He was very apprehensive about the so-called First Forbidden Land. In reality, Chu Feng also knew that even an Empyrean would die if they were to forcefully attack such a forbidden land. This time, he only searched the borders of the Nine Heavens. He didn't dare to enter deep into it. You can be considered lucky. For countless years, no one has entered the Nine Heavens to risk their lives in search for a chance at new life. Sure, Hu sighed. This time, Chu Feng obtained 4 talisman papers. In his opinion, this was the greatest harvest. It would make the Empyreans of the Yang realm, the ancestors of the sects, and the others jealous. Unless it was a special time, those ancient existences and those top-notch powerhouses of the Yang realm wouldn't forcefully attack those forbidden lands under normal circumstances. It had been too long since anyone had entered the first forbidden land of the other side. In the end, that hunchbacked old man was forced to hand over almost all of the talisman papers. According to what Hu said, these talisman papers were originally located in the most central area of the Forbidden Land. Chu Feng immediately understood why the talisman papers were still so precious even though there were so many forbidden lands in the Yang realm. Next, Chu Feng sat cross-legged on the wasteland and directly began to cut the divine cores in his hands with a sharp sword. He planned to absorb all of them before returning to the Yang realm. These things contained some strange substances and weren't suitable to be brought back. It was best to dispose of them in this world. Among them, there were a few divine beasts that didn't cultivate special techniques. Chu Feng picked them out and gave them to the little vermilion bird. Senior, do you want to use yourself as the sky overturning seal and smash these divine cores for the little vermilion bird? Stay at one side. Hu couldn't restrain his anger. This brat still dared to mention this matter. What sky overturning seal? He was clearly using it as a stone hammer. In the end, Chu Feng incessantly cut and absorbed all kinds of divine cores. There were more than 20 of them in his hands, and there were even incomplete divine king cores among them. This was a terrifying increase. He fully unleashed the little 6 paths of time technique. Not long after, the heavenly tribulation arrived. All of this was because he had absorbed too many divinity granules and attracted the punishment. Fortunately, he didn't absorb them all in one go. Every time he absorbed a bit, he would wait for a period of time and look at the sky. Lightning streaked across the sky and thunder descended on the plateau, but no one dared to disturb him. Everyone already knew who was undergoing the tribulation. Now, Chu Feng had absolute strength and confidence. He didn't need to find a place for seclusion. He wasn't afraid of the external threats or the divine beings of this world. He could look down on the foreign realm. When he absorbed the 3 incomplete divine king cores one day, he would only be one step away from stepping into the divine king domain. Recently, he had been evolving rapidly. There were all kinds of mucus and blood on his body every day. That was caused by his intense transformation, and his metabolism was incomparably terrifying. Now, all of his cells were astonishingly active and contained frightening energy. His internal organs glowed, and his bones trembled with the sound of thunder. His corporeal body was flawless and had evolved to an incomparably shocking level. Unfortunately, the 3 divine king cores were too badly damaged. If they were a bit more complete, he would be able to advance a step further. During these days, the little vermilion bird had also advanced at lightning speed. It had obtained the nourishment of several incomplete divine cores and evolved rapidly. It had finally entered the divine realm. Chu Feng glanced sideways at the stone fox. When he asked the stone fox for guidance on how to break through the realm at the critical moment, the lame deity avoided answering. In the end, when the little vermilion bird faced this problem, it was gradually enlightened and actively guided him. But Chu Feng was also a bit worried. The little vermilion bird wasn't young at all. It was already over 230 years old. But even now, it was still incomparably naive. No matter how powerful it was in this state, it would still suffer greatly in the future. Its path is different from yours. Even now, you are still unwilling to reincarnate, but it is destined to go to the afterlife. The stone fox told him the details without hiding anything. It wanted the little vermilion bird to temporarily maintain her innocent heart and comprehend the divine realm. That was why it didn't hesitate to enlighten her and explain the Tao to her in order to help her comprehend thoroughly. It was because in the stone fox's arrangements, the little vermilion bird had to start anew in the end. Everything she did in this life was to accumulate. After arriving in the netherworld, let it experience the world of mortals and deceive each other. Either way, realms are suppressed there, so it can't become a deity. It can't cultivate even if it wants to. Give it enough time to experience. When they were in the foreign realm, the stone fox believed that all time here was precious. Chu Feng suddenly understood. He didn't say anything else. Now that the little vermilion bird had the talisman paper, she was going to reincarnate from the netherworld and enter the world of the living. The stone fox spoke clearly. Even if she didn't cultivate any special techniques, the strange matter within her body had already accumulated to a certain degree. It had no way of helping her dissolve it right now. We will meet again in the world of the living in the end. Reincarnation is a rare opportunity for many disciples of great powers, and they yearn for it immensely. If they can start their lives over and reconstruct themselves, that is the greatest opportunity and fortune. Chu Feng saw the tears in the little vermilion bird's eyes. She was reluctant to part, so he comforted her like this. In the end, they went on their way. There was no time to waste. Chu Feng had succeeded perfectly in the foreign realm, so there was no need for him to stay any longer. Remember, the netherworld is very dangerous. You must seal yourself and never reveal the fluctuations of divine energy. Otherwise, you will be swallowed by the abyss and die miserably. Chu Feng emphasized again and again that he was afraid something big would happen. He was very serious. A single mistake would cause even him to die miserably. He didn't want to be swallowed by the abyss. Don't be too worried and afraid. Back then, even the Heavenly Venerable's decree wasn't activated and could appear in the Netherworld universe. The great martial Heavenly Venerable's Tao body was killed because he was too tyrannical. He dared to cause trouble near the abyss. Even if he suppressed his realm, it wouldn't work. He was killed, and some of his followers were also killed. Chu Feng took out the soul bell and let the little vermilion bird enter. He also prepared to stuff the stone fox in. Are you sure I can go there? The stone fox didn't believe him. Senior, you must believe me. This is the first step to breaking the imprisonment of that almighty master of yours. If I can bring you into the netherworld universe, your turning point might come. In the end, the stone fox agreed and was stuffed into the soul bell by Chu Feng. Chu Feng put on an act and stuffed his corporeal body inside, leaving only his soul light outside. After that, a priceless magnetic marrow appeared in his hand. He was prepared to use it to block the mouth of the soul bell and completely isolate it from the outside world. The magnetic marrow could be considered a rare treasure. It was something that domain researchers yearned for even in their dreams. When Chu Feng examined the spoils of war he brought out from the god's abode, he unexpectedly discovered it. This thing could isolate everything. Even the spiritual power of a god couldn't penetrate it. He reckoned that the lame heavenly venerable's soul light couldn't penetrate the magnetic marrow either. Moreover, he even scared the stone fox and said, "Senior, you must be careful. After all, you were once a heavenly venerable and your master left various restrictions in your body. You're more dangerous than anyone else when crossing the two realms. You must stabilize yourself and use the stone embryo to protect your soul light. Even if your stone body disintegrates, it's still good to leave your spirit behind. It's better than dying right away. Little bastard, do you have confidence in yourself or not? This old man isn't going with you." The lame heavenly venerable was actually very afraid of death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stubbornly persisted in the foreign realm so tenaciously. Therefore, he was a little scared when he heard Chu Feng's threat. "It's fine. At most, I'll make you lose a few arms and legs and damage half of your stone body. I'll definitely be able to preserve most of your soul light. Get off the carriage. This old man isn't taking this carriage. I'm not going to the Yang realm with you. It's too late. We've already set off. Senior, we should get moving." Chu Feng stuffed the magnetic marrow inside with a clang and sealed it thoroughly. After that, he shook the soul bell with all his strength, causing it to shake violently. The stone fox was scared inside the soul bell, but it could only stare helplessly. It was very afraid of death and decisively withdrew all of its spirit to concentrate at the core of its stone body. It didn't dare to probe further. Chu Feng used his soul light to shake the soul bell with all his might and hurried to the place where he had agreed to meet the demon ancestral cauldron. He called out to it and obtained a response. During this process, he had long since taken out the stone box and stored himself and the soul bell inside. He began to prepare to return and pass through this special world node. The stone box crossed over with a hum and erupted with terrifying rays of light along the way. It passed through the boundary membrane and smoothly returned to Mount Eternal. Chu Feng had returned to the Yang realm. The stone box dimmed in a split second and returned to its original state. This sect's most precious treasure was very ordinary on ordinary days. Even someone as strong as the lame heavenly venerable had never noticed it because he didn't sense any abnormalities. He had always overlooked it. "I'm back. I've finally returned. I wonder how the Yang realm is now and how Earth is now." Chu Feng clenched his fist tightly. Chapter 969. Chu Feng felt the vicissitudes of life. Although a year had passed in the netherworld, he had indeed experienced 100 years in the foreign realm. Those scenes were right before his eyes. 100 years of time had passed just like that. It was like a great dream, causing him to be in a daze. Space changed and time shifted. He sighed softly. He had finally returned. This was the world he belonged to. A year had passed, and this would be his main battlefield. He only had one goal, and that was to kill his enemies. He was now a quasi-divine king. He was no longer the same as he was a year ago. He could only watch as Skyblade, Thunder God, and Red Spider Lilies self-destructed, and the people around him died one after another. Now he was thinking about killing God. What's the situation like now? Chu Feng asked the demon ancestral cauldron. He wanted to know the current situation. Before he left, he already knew that the passageway to the Yang realm could be maintained for more than a year. So he disappeared for a year and headed to the foreign realm to increase his strength. He was prepared to rush back before the people of the Yang realm completely left and settle some accounts with some people. The situation is a bit complicated. After a year, the ancestral demon cauldron did not change at all. It had been guarding this place all along and was on guard. Finally, it successfully brought Chu Feng back. No matter how strong you were, without the support of the people of this world, even a god as strong as you would not be able to cross over. Boom! The soul bell vibrated. Clearly, that was the disturbance caused by the stone fox and the little vermilion bird. The lame celestial venerable's intuition was very powerful. He had a premonition that he had successfully crossed the boundary and arrived in the netherworld. Chu Feng pulled out the magnetic pith and released both of them from the soul bell. At the same time, his soul light also returned to his corporeal body, which made him feel much more comfortable. So cold. The little vermilion bird shivered as soon as she came out. For safety's sake, Chu Feng asked her to seal herself to the state of a secondary saint for fear that something might happen. She had always lived in the foreign realm, and this was the first time she came to such an ice-cold cosmos, so she wasn't used to it. The lame celestial venerable was much calmer. He had walked an incomparably long path. Even in the Yang realm, he had been to some places of extreme that were even colder than the netherworld. Right now, it was experiencing, comprehending, understanding the true situation of this cosmos. Its expression was a bit complicated. It actually really broke free from the other side, successfully crossing over. This meant that it had broken free from its master's shackles for the first time. Its life had taken a turn for the better, and it would break its destiny. Is this the netherworld? The little vermilion bird blinked her big eyes. She was very curious about everything. The ancestral demon cauldron still wanted to speak to Chu Feng, but when it suddenly saw two more living beings, it immediately shut its mouth and did not say anything. It's not the underworld, the lame heavenly race expert suddenly said. What was going on? Chu Feng had wanted to explain the situation to the little vermilion bird and the stone fox, as well as some things that they needed to pay attention to. He hadn't expected to hear this. If this isn't the netherworld, then where is it? Could it be that there was a problem with his return? Had he been schemed against? In an instant, Chu Feng's heart trembled. He was extremely vigilant. He opened his eyes of fire and gold and looked at the demonic cauldron. But that's right. He suspiciously looked at the stone fox. The great Tao is damaged, and the order is severely flawed. Most importantly, this world is too small. Rather than calling it a universe, it would be better to call it a narrow and cold space. The lame Empyrean said these words calmly. This made Chu Feng stunned. At the same time, the ancestral demon cauldron was stunned. Isn't this the underworld? How could it be wrong? The ancestral demon cauldron was puzzled. Chu Feng pondered. This wasn't the first time he had heard of this. At the same time, he thought of the extreme martial Empyrean. Last time, he also mentioned that this was a narrow space and a mass grave. He questioned whether this was the underworld. From the looks of it now, could there really be some problems? I recalled some old matters. The stone fox was unwilling to recall his master, but he had no choice but to mention it. In the past, when his master discussed the Tao with another almighty being, he had mentioned that if there was Yang, there would be Yin. They were natural opposites. The Yang realm was so resplendent, so the underworld wouldn't be weak either. The stone fox said, "My master was deducing the underworld at that time." When Chu Feng heard this, his brows deeply furrowed. I have a feeling that the underworld my master spoke of isn't this place. The lame Empyrean was very serious. Of course, his master had never left the Yang realm and had never personally visited this cosmos. This time, after understanding the details from the people of the Yang realm, he should have a deeper deduction. However, the stone fox was an abandoned disciple, so he didn't have the qualifications to know the follow-up. This underworld isn't the true underworld. The demon ancestral cauldron was dumbstruck. If it wasn't the true underworld, then where was it? The stone fox said, "In theory, there should be a great underworld. It is cold and grand, and its history is extremely long. It is incomparably ancient and stands in opposition to the Yang realm." This made Chu Feng's body go slightly cold. This was truly shocking. The stone fox was very serious as he said, "However, regarding the great underworld in theory, there really isn't any conclusive evidence. It is only the deduction of an almighty being. That kind of theory was difficult to find evidence to prove. This was because no one could reach the great underworld. At the very least, beings at the level of the Empyrean couldn't do it, and they had never truly understood it. The underworld, they knew, was only this mass grave." Chu Feng was lost in thought for a long time. That so-called deduction was very reasonable. If there was yin, then there would be yang. Since there was a vast and resplendent yang realm, in theory, there should also be a terrifyingly prosperous great underworld. In the past, he always felt that it was unfair and inappropriate. Why was their universe far inferior to the yang realm? The so-called yin and yang were too unbalanced. Now, he came to some realization. If that theory wasn't wrong, then the great underworld had never appeared before. Thinking about it carefully, the evolvers here were truly somewhat pitiful in this broken world and flawed space. They bore the name of the underworld and were suppressed by the people of the yang realm. Great underworld. Chu Feng's mind wandered, and he pondered for a long time. Soon after, he came back to his senses. He had just returned today, so why was he in a daze? This wasn't the main point now. He would discuss it with the lame Empyrean when he had the time. He had been in the foreign realm for 100 years, and this world had passed for a year. Had there been any unforeseen events? He hurriedly asked the demon ancestral cauldron if the people of the yang realm had descended into this universe again. "Yes, some of them have come again," the demon ancestral cauldron informed him truthfully. "I'm going to kill them all." After Chu Feng heard this, divine light shot out from his eyes, but he controlled himself very well and didn't erupt with divine-level energy waves. He was worried. He was most worried about the little Taoist at the moment. His parents were no longer around. Qin Luoyin had passed away, and his relatives and friends were all dead. Only a child was left. "He should be fine," said the demon ancestral cauldron. Whoosh! Even so, Chu Feng still set off at the first instance and rushed into the starry sky with them. He had left for more than a year, but in reality, he had really experienced 100 years. He couldn't sit still when he thought of his only child. In the universe, flowing light faded away. Even if Chu Feng suppressed himself to the Illuminator realm, he was still terrifying once he frantically hurried along. The surrounding sea of stars flowed in reverse. As expected, it's a narrow and cold space. How can an illuminator travel like this in the true great underworld cosmos? Said the lame Empyrean. If he hadn't heard the conversation between his master and another powerhouse, he would only feel that the so-called underworld was too unbearable. And now, he had more and more reason to believe that there was still a true great underworld. Chu Feng couldn't care less about these things. Right now, he just wanted to see his child as soon as possible. After 100 years of separation, he had brought back a few talisman papers at once this time. If the little Taoist found out, he didn't know what kind of expression he would have. Chapter 970. Along the way, Chu Feng saw some special evolvers emitting yang qi. They were different from the people of this universe, and clearly came from the yang realm. However, he didn't attack them and didn't alert them to avoid any accidents. The damning Pure Land's foundation had been destroyed, and the original Taoist land had long since become a wasteland. Hundreds of thousands of disciples were killed, and blood flowed like a river. Chu Feng sighed as he passed by this planet. He had come here several times in the past, borrowed a way to enter the foreign land, killed the little saints of the chaotic universe, and married Qin Luoyin. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday, but when he stopped here and looked back, nothing was left. The woman who was once regarded as a goddess by the younger generation was gone and could no longer be seen. More than a year had passed, but the corpses in the damning Pure Land were still there. The mountains and rivers were still stained with the blood of the saints, and were still scarlet with a luster. It was very glaring and caused boundless killing intent to soar in his heart. There was a fire in Chu Feng's heart. He had endured for 100 years just to return today and go on a killing spree. For 100 years, he had been cultivating to temporarily forget everything. That day, all the scenes of his loved ones dying, but how could he really forget? Swoosh! He disappeared from here and sank into the depths of the starry sea. In the end, Chu Feng arrived and descended on a desolate starfield. He appeared outside an unremarkable small planet. This was the damning Pure Land's path of retreat back then. Some seeds and inheritances were hidden here. There were flying swords colliding and secret treasures clashing on this planet. After entering the atmosphere, one could clearly feel that the battle was very intense. The mountains and rivers were all rumbling and glowing. Chu Feng's eyes immediately widened in anger. He disappeared from his original position with a chi and dove to the surface. He was really a little afraid of seeing a heart-wrenching scene. He was afraid of seeing the little Taoist bleeding and being captured or even killed by the people of the Yang realm. Chu Feng fell like lightning, and the void became glaring. It was as if a snow-white blade covered the sky and earth as he came. It really frightened the people on this planet. But very soon, he retracted his aura and discovered that it was a false alarm. The evolvers from damning Pure Land were exchanging pointers, and it was a very real showdown. Both the disciples and the elders were completely engrossed in it. Great Dream Planet was destroyed, and all the survivors of the sect were in great pain. Their hearts were still bleeding for more than a year. Their senior brothers and sisters had died too tragically, and they could never see them again. There was also their master, grandmaster, and the others. When they were fighting for an opportunity for the few of them to escape, they were blown up by the enemy with a single punch. After casting a Dharma idol divine ability, they were stomped into a bloody pulp. That kind of suffering, that kind of tragedy, was something that they would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. Therefore, all of them had been cultivating bitterly for the past year or so. They wanted to restore Damong Pure Land's glory and make it strong and prosperous once more. They even hoped to take revenge one day. Chu Feng saw the little Taoist at a glance. Even though he was only a little over a year old, he ran like the wind and leaped from one cliff to another in the mountains. He was too nimble. He had fallen into the fetal confusion realm and hadn't recovered yet. He had forgotten all the secret arts he knew, but this kind of physical strength wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. Furthermore, the sound of thunder appeared as he ran, and his feet glowed. He had already begun to try cultivating at a young age. Chu Feng nodded. Before he left, he had personally written down a method completely according to the handbook Sure had given him. It explained how to nurture the strongest genius. The little Taoist was training according to some of the ancient methods written on it. It was just that some heavenly materials and earthly treasures definitely couldn't be found, and they could only grow in the Yang realm. It was a little regretful. Chu Feng, someone cried out in surprise. The only saint of Damong Pure Land, the old man who had been saved by Chu Feng back then, was the first to rush over. He was very excited after seeing him. The other disciples had also arrived, and there were also some elders. All of them were happy and sad, because they thought of Qin Luoyin when they saw him. Their heaven-bestowing saintess would never return and had perished a year ago. The little Taoist physique was very good. He jumped between the cliffs like a strong and powerful primordial beast cub. His spiritual senses were sharp, and he suddenly turned his head around. He was immediately startled when he saw Chu Feng in a glance. After that, he pounced down from the cliff like a bird of prey, spreading its wings. He grabbed a mountain vine in midair and swung over, landing close to Chu Feng with a whoosh. Without a doubt, the current him had forgotten the past. He wasn't that venomous mouthed Taoist, but a child with a pure heart. There wasn't a single blemish in his large eyes, and they were as clear as crystals. He was extremely close to Chu Feng because they were father and son connected by blood. He had an indescribable reaction. The little Taoist pounced forward and hugged one of Chu Feng's arms. It was just one sentence, but it almost made Chu Feng cry. "I miss my mother." He was very pure now and didn't have any memories of his past life. However, he was precocious and remembered the scene of life and death parting a year ago. He already knew that Qin Luoyin had died, and what happened afterwards couldn't be hidden from him at all. Chu Feng felt suffocated in his chest, as if someone had stabbed him with a knife. He recalled the scene from a year ago when Qin Luoyin was covered in blood and corroded by a golden substance. That absolutely beautiful face was very pale and devoid of any color. She spoke weakly and powerlessly, asking him to take good care of the little Taoist. One day, we'll meet again. Chu Feng crouched down and stroked his head. But she's no longer here. She's completely gone from this world. The little Taoist shed tears because he wasn't willing to say the word dead. He raised his head helplessly and looked at Chu Feng. His limpid eyes were filled with tears as he asked Chu Feng, "How can I see her?" The little Taoist, who had lost his memories and returned to the nature and heart of a child, now looked very pitiful. He lowered his head and looked at his own little feet in sorrow as he silently shed tears. Chu Feng said softly, "As long as you're strong enough, you can go to the Yang realm and you'll be able to see her. That's because her soul light hasn't been extinguished and she was reborn in the great Yang realm." In the past, he rarely spoke to the little Taoist like this. He would usually pick him up and beat him up. Now, he felt a little sour in his heart when he saw that the little Taoist had returned to his nature as a child and had such a melancholy expression on his little face. "Really?" The little Taoist raised his head. His big, tearful eyes were very bright and revealed a hopeful expression. His entire being seemed to have gained an additional sense of vitality. That was because there was hope in his heart. He wasn't as helpless as he was in the past, always missing his mother, but having nowhere to find her. A group of people from Damon Pure Land stood in the surroundings. They were all very astonished. Could Qin Luoyin still be resurrected? That old saint sighed softly. So what if she reincarnated into the Yang realm? She should be another person. Her appearance and even her race might undergo changes. It was full of uncertainty. Isn't this the little Taoist from over 200 years ago? He hasn't changed much. The little vermilion bird walked forward and looked at the little Taoist. She felt that he was especially adorable and much better than his loathsome appearance back then. Of course, she was still staying in the vermilion bird's nest at that time. She herself wasn't that old, but she and her mother had paid special attention to those evolvers from the outer realms who were wreaking havoc on the vicious beast plateau. "Hello, big sister." The little Taoist greeted her with tears in his eyes. He was very polite. He was like a different person from over 200 years ago in the foreign realm. After seeing the little Taoist, Chu Feng was completely at ease. Only then did he have the opportunity to ask about the demon ancestors of Cauldron's recent situation. He also understood from the people of Damning Pure Land what had happened during this 1 year. There were indeed people from the Yang realm who came over during this year, but they were very low-key this time. They didn't act tyrannically like last time and were quietly searching for something. Later on, news spread that the great martial Heavenly Lord's Taoist body had fallen here. It caused a huge commotion and shocked all the sects in the Yin realm. Some people deduced that the great martial Heavenly Lord's Taoist body might still be alive and had awakened before. That was the fundamental reason why the great martial Taoist body had fallen. This naturally frightened these people who came from the Yin realm, and they immediately stopped being high-profile. However, after a year of exploration, the troops of a few sects had somewhat recovered their original nature. They still looked at the living beings in this universe with a condescending attitude and would occasionally appear very tyrannical. But overall, no one dared to massacre a race or shatter a few vital planets again. Other than that, there was another major event that also had an incomparably far-reaching impact. All the sects in the Yang realm were looking for seed-level disciples from the Yin realm. "What's going on specifically?" asked Chu Feng with a frown. "They're looking for gifted evolvers to bring to the Yang realm," the old saint of Damong Pure Land replied. This matter shook all the clans in the Yin realm cosmos. For a moment, many rogue cultivators and some talented and beautiful people signed up. For some unknown reason, the people from the Yang realm had indeed taken away many people. Later on, a major event occurred. Some powerful clans that could be ranked at the forefront in the Yang realm, such as the Tao race, the Buddhist race, and the quasi-mortal race, also had envoys rush over and grace this cosmos. This was subversive. After some envoys appeared, it was confirmed that more than half of the top 10 inheritances in the Yin realm were related to the Yang realm. What happened after that? Asked Chu Feng. The Tao race, quasi-mortal race, and the Buddhist race of the Yin realm all had special restrictions placed on them. As a result, the Yang realm breathing technique they mastered couldn't be passed on to others. Otherwise, they would directly turn into ashes. Chu Feng listened and was silent for a while. He naturally knew that some inheritances in this cosmos came from the Yang realm, but he still sighed after hearing this matter. The top-ranked orthodoxies in the Yang realm were indeed very terrifying and powerful. In addition, the envoys from the Yang realm also gave these clans a chance. Those who passed the test could go to the Yang realm and even bring their entire clans over. The old saint of Damong Pure Land informed him that many geniuses in this cosmos had disappeared and were suspected to have been taken away by the people from the Yang realm. In addition, there were entire clans that had left to carry out migration. How could it be so powerful and widespread? Chu Feng was astonished. At this moment, he somewhat understood why the disciples of Taiwu, Hianyi, Yuanshu, and Wanyu didn't touch the Tao race and quasi-mortal race last time. That was because these clans had a foundation in the Yang realm and had great origins. In reality, this was the truth. When the evolvers from the Yang realm descended a year ago, the breathing techniques they collected came from the clans that had been exterminated in the Yang realm, but once had great origins. For example, damming breathing technique was once ranked in the top 10 in the Yang realm in ancient times, but it was eliminated in a certain era and the entire sect was annihilated. There was also the undead silkworm race. They also declined from their glory in the Yang realm, but their undead breathing technique was still coveted and envied. As a result, after the people of the Yang realm came over, they directly attacked the clans that had mastered these breathing techniques without any scruples. Accepting people from the Yang realm as disciples. Weren't they very disdainful? Why are they paying attention now? Chu Feng was puzzled. At this time, the lame celestial venerable secretly transmitted his voice to inform him of some situations. The Yang realm had always been conducting all kinds of experiments on the strongest geniuses. The various clans had always been thinking of ways to cultivate even more heaven-defying descendants, wanting each generation to be stronger than the previous one. Among them, there was a theory that the pure Yang didn't necessarily represent the strongest. Perhaps they could consider sending the so-called geniuses from the Yang realm into the Netherworld realm. Then they could refine them for a period of time before bringing them back. There might be unexpected results. Among them, there was a theory that the pure Yang didn't necessarily represent the strongest. Perhaps they could consider putting the so-called geniuses from the Yang realm into the Yang realm and refining them for a period of time before bringing them back. There might be unexpected results. The old saint of Damong Pure Land sighed. The geniuses of the Yang realm were most likely going to be cut off. Many famous geniuses had already disappeared for a long time and were suspected to have left or even been abducted. The lame celestial venerable secretly said, "I'm guessing it's because Taiwu died here. They suspect that the great cosmos realm evolver is protecting this universe. Perhaps they guess that the great cosmos realm existence isn't from the Yang realm, but was born here. Naturally, the Yang realm began to attach great importance to this place. In addition, my master's great Yin realm deduction and a certain Almighty's plan to nurture the strongest disciple might be valued by some people. They want a large number of Yin realm species to experiment on. Will they end up miserable after becoming experimental subjects?" Chu Feng heard this and frowned deeply. The Yang realm's movements weren't small. Shurhu said, "Not for the time being. When the time comes, they will become disciples of various sections. If their performance is good enough, there will be many opportunities. Of course, if their performance is bad, then it's another matter." Chu Feng understood in detail and asked the old saint of Damong Pure Land. That was because although he knew a little about the demon ancestors' cauldron, it had been hidden in Mount Eternal for a long time, waiting to receive Chu Feng's return. He didn't have a very detailed understanding of the outside world. Recently, the intensity of selecting realm species has been increasing. There are rumors that realm species that perform well enough can bring their entire race into the Yang realm. I think some of the orthodoxies on some vital planets may become empty. When the old saint of damning pure land went out, he understood that those chosen geniuses would undergo a test in the chaotic universe. If they passed the test, they would be recognized as realm species. Those who disappeared went to the chaotic universe. Chu Feng revealed an astonished expression. Yes, the old saint nodded. After understanding this, Chu Feng revealed a cold expression. After thoroughly understanding everything, he was ready to attack. He wanted to kill his way from the Yin realm to the chaotic universe and become a dark hunter. He would go on a killing spree and pay blood debts with blood. Of course, he had to plan and unleash his strongest destructive power. He also had to ensure that nothing unexpected would happen to him. I have a debt to collect, he said calmly. In the past, he struggled bitterly and watched helplessly as the people around him died. He was in incomparable pain and was powerless to defy the heavens. Chapter 971. Chu Feng couldn't restrain himself any longer. He wanted to go on a killing spree and hunt down the gods from the Yang realm. Amidst the mountains, there were small bridges and flowing streams, pavilions, terraces, and pavilions and misty mist, causing it to seem like a magnificent paradise. Chu Feng sat under an ancient tree that had been struck by lightning. Even though there were black scorch marks on it, there were still branches sprouting. The entire tree was verdant, and there were even some glistening yellow fruits that flowed with brilliant colors. He was inspecting the little Taoist's physical condition. The quality of little Taoist's corporeal body was superb, and his soul light was even more astonishingly powerful. Once he broke through the congenital confusion, he would inevitably achieve a super evolution. Chu Feng sighed lightly. He had brought back a few pieces of talisman paper, but he had no way to give them to him now. The little Taoist had yet to awaken and was just a child. He basically didn't know the importance of talisman paper, but he had to go on his way. He was going to slay a god, so he needed to make arrangements for the matters after he left as soon as possible. He hoped that the little Taoist could recover within a short period of time. Even though his son back then wasn't as well-behaved as he was now, and could even be said to be extremely loathsome, with a particularly foul mouth that made him want to pick him up and beat him up every time, that kind of little Taoist could protect himself after he left, which made him feel at ease. The people of the Yang realm have been searching for this child for the past year, informed the old saint of damning pure land with a worried expression. The people of the Yang realm had already learned everything about Chu Feng from some informants and guides. They knew that Chu Feng had another child, and that the child was his only bloodline. But what they couldn't understand was that they actually missed this last time and didn't manage to find this place. For the past year, the people of the Yang realm had naturally been looking for Chu Feng. After they found out that he wasn't dead, they wished they could dig 3 feet into the ground. At the same time, they were also looking for the little Taoist because they wanted to use his only son to threaten him. The people of the Yang realm understood that after killing Chu Feng's parents, Tao companions, and all his relatives and friends, he must have already gone mad. Apart from that child, there was nothing else that could threaten him. But they were disappointed. No matter how they searched, they had no way of finding the little Taoist. Even the weasel couldn't deduce it seriously. It was a mess. She is still in the womb, and the power of reincarnation has yet to completely disperse. Naturally, she is unable to deduce anything. Sure, who was rather shocked. He never expected to see a reincarnator with his own eyes. He knew about this kind of thing, but he had never seen it before. Yet, there was an example right in front of him. This little fellow isn't simple. Sure, who said as he stared at the little Taoist seriously. Yes, my son said that he was an Empyrean in his past life, Chu Feng said. The lame celestial venerable. #yin%. Why did it feel that Chu Feng was scolding it? It squinted at him, its stone eyes emitting a murderous aura. Brat, you're provoking me. Its eyes became more and more green. People from the outer realms have come again and entered this part of the starry sky. This is the 11th time that people from a young realm have passed by this area in the past half a year. It truly makes us worried. The old saint informed. They had a stronghold in outer space, so they could give an early warning. When Chu Feng heard this, he was instantly like an enraged lion, and he fiercely raised his head with a murderous look. He still hadn't gone to the Yang realm to settle the score, yet the other party had always been thinking about his son. They really deserved to be killed. In the next moment, he vanished from this place and reappeared in the depths of the starry sky. He saw a group of people riding on mounts and wearing shining armor. All of them were surging with Yang energy, like heavenly soldiers and generals. Among them, apart from a few guides who belonged to the Yang realm, the other dozen or so people were saints from the Yang realm. At this moment, a young man appeared silently in front of them. He was tall, his black hair was sparkling and translucent, and his eyes were deep as he looked at them coldly. Chu Feng. He's Chu Feng, the guide cried out, revealing an obvious look of fear. As for those people from the Yang realm, they were also surprised. They were looking for Chu Feng's son, but they didn't expect to actually find him after a year. For a moment, they were surprised and delighted because this meant that they had completed their mission. Of course, they also had a strong sense of unease. A year ago, even the Tao body of the great martial heavenly venerable had died in the abyss. So how did this native survive? Chu Feng, we've come with sincerity. We've received a divine decree to invite you to the Yang realm. There's a divine king who wants to accept you as his disciple, said one of the people riding a golden bat. He tried his best to reveal a friendly smile. This naturally wasn't sincere. It was just to be safe. Bang! Chu Feng took a step forward and appeared among them. He grabbed this person by the neck and lifted him up completely. He looked down at him and said, "You killed my parents, wife, and son, yet you still want to accept me as a disciple. You scum. It's a misunderstanding. We're not from the great martial school, but from other orthodoxies," this person shouted with difficulty. The others nearby had long since brandished their weapons and were about to fight Chu Feng with their lives. However, they all disintegrated amidst puffing sounds and turned into a bloody mist before being burned to ashes. Chu Feng had already searched their souls and understood that these people were from the great martial school, as well as the descendants of Han Yi, Yuan Shi, and Luan Yu. At the same time, he also clarified the identity of the guide. In the end, everyone in this area was completely annihilated with a bang, and their soul light turned into cosmic dust. These were all small fries that couldn't amount to anything, but Chu Feng had already understood enough things from their soul light. Chu Feng disappeared and returned to that small planet. He bid farewell to the little Taoist and left this place. He was prepared to finish some matters of the mortal world before killing the experts of the Yang realm. He also hoped to stimulate the little Taoist's innate wisdom during this process and break the mystery of the fetus. The Yin realm is really cold. On the way, the scarlet wings of the little vermilion bird shone. She had already sealed a part of her cultivation, but she could break the restriction at any time. Was it cold? Chu Feng didn't feel anything. It wasn't because his strength had increased, but because he had long since adapted to this part of the universe. He didn't say anything along the way. He brought the little Taoist across the brilliant sea of stars and experienced the beauty of the Yin realm's tranquil universe. The closer he was to leaving, the more reluctant he was. On the way, he asked the old Taoist how to awaken a person with innate wisdom and break the mystery of the fetus. Tell him more about the past or experience some similar scenes. This was the Shi whose suggestion. A stretch of darkness stretched across the front and devoured all the light. This was a great abyss, and it made even the lame celestial venerable's hair stand on end. Even though he was petrified, he still felt a layer of goosebumps. It was too horrifying. Leave quickly. He really couldn't stand it any longer. Chu Feng silently held a memorial here. His old friends had all died here. He gazed into the abyss and longed to see that devastatingly beautiful woman in white again. However, He waited here for a long time without discovering anything. Could it be that Yao Yao could no longer appear in the world? He didn't know, and he didn't dare to think too deeply. He was afraid of knowing the final outcome and the darkness and despair in his heart. Chu Feng took out a snow-white talisman and then loosened it gently. Just like that, it fell into the great abyss and floated downwards before quickly disappearing. "Brat, are you crazy?" Even the Sure, who cried out in alarm. This item was priceless. Even those ancient orthodoxies and supreme sects in the Yang realm wanted to obtain it. For this kind of talisman, they would fight to the death and cause rivers of blood to flow. In the end, Chu Feng just casually threw one away. "Yao Yao." He called out softly and didn't say anything else. He stood here for a long time before finally leaving reluctantly. He still had too many things to do and couldn't accompany her here. Until he was far away, the lame celestial venerable was still hating and hating. He said that Chu Feng was too wasteful and that he was squandering things without limit. At the same time, he suspected that the Great Abyss was the #1 forbidden land in this cosmos. By right, it should produce talismans, but something wasn't quite right at present. Next, Chu Feng walked through the starry skies and went to one source of life after another. However, he gradually frowned. He wanted to secretly visit Lu Tong, the clairvoyant Du Huaijin, Yi Qingru, and the others. Back then, these people had also left Earth and were scattered to various places. However, he couldn't find them even now. Many sects on these planets were already in mid-air. They had signed up to participate in the Yang Realm selection trial and had been taken away. Have they been coerced into following me into the chaotic universe? Chu Feng frowned. Next, Chu Feng went to the Tao race, the Buddhist race, and the quasi-mortal race to understand the situation. His expression was grave because most of the powerful evolved races were no longer in mid-air. He wanted to see some of his old friends, such as the silver-haired Lolita, Ing Xiao Xiao, and Ing Wudi. They had been taken away by the emissaries from the Yang realm and were currently in the chaotic universe. It was more or less like this when he walked through the starry skies. Yuan Shicheng, Yuan, and many others had left. He couldn't even see some of his old friends, even if he wanted to. Even Yuan Mo and Zilwan weren't around and couldn't be found. The whole world was quiet and had lost the clamor of the past. It actually seemed so cold and desolate. Chu Feng increasingly felt that he really needed to leave. The next moment, he disappeared and appeared in a remote starry domain. He descended on a small planet that no one had visited before and dug into the depths of the earth. Where is she? Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Yao Yao's sister was gone, and the ancient coffin with the mother gold was gone. It had completely disappeared. "Senior." Chu Feng's body went cold as he shouted here. Back then, he was afraid that something would happen if he hid the old man on Earth, so he brought him out. In the end, something had happened. Could he not escape this calamity? But looking at the situation, there were no traces of a battle. This made him suspicious. Chu Feng opened his fiery eyes and searched the entire planet. Finally, he found something. He saw a few words on an unremarkable blue stone in the depths of the earth. He knew what it was after Sure who identified it. "Yao Yao, my Yao Yao, Grandpa will avenge you." After reading these words, Chu Feng was greatly shaken. How much of the old man's consciousness had he temporarily recovered? But it was still easy for something big to happen. It was very likely that he would completely lose his will. Looking at these words, he could understand the old man's mood. He felt sad and could feel the old man's helplessness, sadness, and desolation, as well as his final determination to meet death. Don't let anything happen. Chu Feng couldn't stay any longer. It's useless even if you're anxious. This is a message left a long time ago. The lame celestial venerable spoke. Then his expression became incomparably grave as he said, "At the same time, you don't need to worry too much. The entity that can plant the mother gold in the body of a heaven-bestowed genius from the Yang realm must be a powerhouse of the Yang realm. This is his experimental body. No one would dare to destroy it." Chu Feng returned to Earth and walked through old places with the little Taoist, the lame celestial venerable, and the little vermilion bird. Chapter 972. Peacock King, Nine Lives Cat. Chu Feng was startled. He had actually seen these two people from afar as he walked through the mountains and rivers. It wasn't easy for them to live until now. Back then, they were considered well-known among the early evolvers of Earth. They had waged war against the human race and even made Chu Feng his enemy. The Nine Lives Cat had even been killed by him. In the end, cats had 9 lives and had actually come back to life. Later on, they were very wise and didn't make enemies with Chu Feng again. They also became incomparably low-key and left with people from the outer realms for a period of time. Chu Feng was now so powerful that he could see through their thoughts with a sweep of his soul light. He discovered that these two were in dire straits in the outer realms and had returned with great difficulty. At this level, Chu Feng didn't want to bicker with them. So much so that the two didn't even notice that he had probed into their inner world. Many people were no longer around, and it wasn't easy to see an acquaintance. Chu Feng let them go and didn't kill them. Standing on Mount Jijin outside of Jiangning, Chu Feng gazed into the distance. The so-called revered 8 trigrams furnace here could already be seen at a glance. It was a man-made arrangement. If it were naturally formed, it would be boundlessly terrifying. Gods would slay gods and Buddhas would slay Buddhas. The flames of the 8 trigrams would burn the ancient heavens. Chu Feng was lost in thought as he gazed into the distant horizon. He thought of many people. The headquarters of some corporations in a nearby Jiangning city were still there. Bodhi Jin was among them. He thought of Jiang Luo Shun, the national goddess who had many interactions with him. He also thought of her bosom friend Xia Qinyu, who had gone on a blind date with her. It was said that Jiang Luo Shun had been taken away by a Buddhist race master. Her bosom friend had also disappeared and hadn't appeared for a long time. There was also the White Tiger and his sister Lu Shiyan. It was said that they had also entered the outer realms, but there had been no follow-up news. Su Qing? Chu Feng stood on Mount Jijin and unexpectedly saw a white-robed man. Back then, the young Xingyi Fist Grandmaster had colluded with the Marine race. In the end, he was ambushed by Chu Feng and robbed of the Xingyi Fist manual. Lost in thought, Chu Feng disappeared from this place. He didn't go to see her. He wanted to take a stroll around the world and put an end to all matters of the mortal world. He wanted to bid his final farewell. Chu Feng entered Jiangning City and was lost in thought. He saw a huge poster. It was director Zhou Etien's latest masterpiece, The Return of Chu God King. This made his thoughts fluctuate. He thought of the old days in Taiyang Mountains. At that time, this lousy director was not afraid of death and followed him to shoot crazily. In the end, the response to the real drama was unexpectedly fierce. Chu Feng stared at the poster for a long time. Under such circumstances, Zhou Etienne still dared to photograph the return of Divine King Chu. This really required a lot of courage. Isn't that you? The little vermilion bird tilted her head and stared at the poster with great interest. Chu Feng smiled bitterly. Things remained the same, but people had changed. There weren't many acquaintances he could see after returning to Earth. Perhaps there were a few in the West. He raised his head abruptly as he sensed something. Then, he disappeared from the ground with a few people and rushed into space. He saw a god standing in front of the moon. This god had suppressed his realm and didn't dare to release god-level fluctuations. Chu Feng, the expert from the Yang realm, cried out in surprise. "Let the god-slaying begin," Chu Feng said to himself. Then his eyes widened in anger. He couldn't help but erupt. "I was just about to capture you. Watch my sky-flipping seal." This person's divine senses were sharp. He felt that something was wrong and was shocked. He felt that Chu Feng seemed to be very terrifying. With a raise of his hand, he struck out a dazzling golden seal. "Sky-flipping seal, I have one too," Chu Feng shouted angrily. He grabbed a stone fox and smashed it over. The lame celestial venerable cursed. "Son of AB *TCH. He wanted a curse. This little bastard used him as a stone hammer to smash the divine nucleus in the foreign land. Now, he was doing it again. Was he getting more and more comfortable with it? Crack! The stone fox smashed the large seal that was flipped over and smashed it into the body of the god, breaking his bones and tendons. Shock! This god simply didn't dare believe it. Immediately afterwards, he was even more horrified. Chu Feng rushed over with a single step, attacking him fiercely and suppressing him. He used a spear to pierce through him and then flung him up. So, immediately afterwards, they disappeared, tearing apart the cosmos' starry skies. When they appeared again, they were already outside the great abyss. This deity roared angrily. He could naturally sense that Chu Feng's backing was many times deeper than his. There seemed to be terrifying divine, king-level fluctuations within his body. He went all out, erupting with power, wishing to fight to the death. Chi! Chu Feng shook his hand, throwing him into the great abyss. There was only a miserable scream. Regardless of whether he erupted with power or not, he would still die if he sank into the great abyss. It was because he didn't have the stone case's protection. As expected, he turned into ashes. The battle ended simply and quickly. However, Chu Feng was also covered in cold sweat. He was a bit worried just now, scared that he would be devoured by the great abyss. However, now, it seemed like as long as he suppressed it well enough, there wouldn't be any problems. After all, this time wasn't like the last time, when there was a celestial who caused trouble and was excessively arrogant. He returned to Earth's outer space. The stone fox was cursing loudly, cursing Chu Feng for being too shameless and wanted to fight him to the death. Senior, stop. Quickly look. Is my child going to break free from the confusion in his womb? Chu Feng was very astonished. The little Taoist was lost in thought after seeing him fight. His eyes were flickering indeterminately. Oh, that's what he meant. The stone fox nodded. However, no matter how Chu Feng called out and guided him, the little Taoist still didn't completely awaken his previous life's memories. Son, quickly look. This is our family heirloom. Chu Feng suddenly shouted. Where is it? It's mine. Father, make a will and pass it to me. The little Taoist immediately recovered. His entire body was still a bit dizzy as he shouted in such a hurry. I'll beat you to death. Chu Feng dragged him over and started to beat his buttocks. Ouch, it hurts. Dear father, stop right now. I miss my mother. I want to avenge my mother. How can you bear to lay your hands on me? As expected, Chu Feng lost his temper after the little Taoist shouted like this. His expression turned gloomy as he stopped beating. Father, you're lying to me again. Where's the family heirloom? Look at you. You stole my black talisman paper and still haven't returned it. You even bullied and humiliated me in all kinds of ways. The little Taoist was indignant. I'll compensate you this time. I'll give you the talisman paper. Chu Feng said. The little Taoist would definitely be happy and excited since he had brought back so many talisman papers. Really? The little Taoist immediately jumped up and wiped his tears. You'll really return it to me? He couldn't forget about it and had yearned for it for a long time. He even suspected that he wouldn't be able to see it in this lifetime. He was worried that this unreliable father of his would lose it and not give it to him anymore. Chu Feng thought about it and took out the black talisman paper first. Last time he went to purgatory to send everyone to the afterlife, he used up 99% of it. There was still a little left that flickered with black light. The little Taoist screamed miserably after seeing it. Chapter 973. The little Taoist's originally exquisite little face had completely collapsed. It could be said that his face was the color of dirt. That little appearance really reflected that there was nothing left to live for. He howled, wanted to fight Chu Feng to the death. Then, as if he was having a heart attack, he clutched his chest and cried out in pain. His steps were unsteady, his body staggered, and he almost fell to the ground. He was like a doddering old man, unable to stand steadily. He was flustered and exasperated, wanting to fight to the death with Chu Feng. The little vermilion bird was dumbstruck. She felt a strange feeling as she looked at the father and son pair. The lame Empyrean was also quite speechless. This father and son pair were really strange. He had seen naughty children who deceive their parents, but he had never seen such a naughty father. "Son, you must be strong." Chu Feng supported the little Taoist with a solemn look on his face as he encouraged him. When the little Taoist saw him like this, he looked at the broken corner of the talisman paper in his hand again. He really didn't want to live anymore and was itching to smash his head against the ground. However, in the end, he used all his strength to smash into Chu Feng. He was in complete despair. In the past, he still had hope for Chu Feng to return it to him. But what did he see now? There was only a small piece of the black talisman paper left. 99% of it had been used up. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and all his hopes turned to dust. "Great Demon Shu, I want to have a decisive battle with you. You stole my talisman on the path of reincarnation, and now you're cutting off my path ahead. Boo-hoo, I'm too pitiful. I don't want to live anymore." His eyes were completely red as he wiped away his tears. He felt too wronged. If this wasn't his father in this world, he really would have killed him. Sigh. Chu Feng let out a sigh and stroked the little Taoist's head. In the end, the little Taoist wanted to bite him, so he treated him like a stone pillar again and rammed his head into it. At this moment, the little Taoist's eyes were filled with tears. He had thought very far ahead and even planned to surpass the celestial venerable realm to command the Yang realm. In the end, it was too bumpy. Just as he lowered his head, his eyes red and swollen with tears, and his vision blurred, he suddenly saw his father waving a long object in front of him. "Go away, great devil. I admit defeat." He was furious and resentful. He was thinking about whether or not he should settle the score with his own father. It was too hateful, too shameful. He was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. "What is this?" Suddenly, he stuttered. That was because even though her eyes were brimming with tears, she could still vaguely see something. Why did it feel like a bright red talisman? He immediately rubbed his eyes and squeezed out all the tears. He could clearly see that there was a ball of red light in front of him. The scarlet talisman paper was sparkling and sparkling, flowing with mysterious patterns. "It's really that kind of talisman?" The little Taoist let out a strange cry and snatched it away. He turned it over and over to take a look. His eyes were really emitting blue light. He immediately stopped crying, and saliva almost dripped out of his mouth. He caressed the talisman for a long time, as if he were touching a peerless treasure. Only in the end did he come to his senses. He grabbed the talisman with both hands and cautiously backed up, looking at Chu Feng. "Son, is it a present from Dad?" Chu Feng looked like a loving father, his face full of a kind smile. The little Taoist was startled. Did this biological father of his have a change of heart? Was he really giving him talisman? Where did this talisman paper come from? It was too strange. However, after a short moment of absent-mindedness, the little Taoist's face darkened slightly again. That was because he gradually came to a realization. The more he pondered over it, the more he felt that something was amiss. This biological father of his was too unkind. He was clearly torturing him on purpose and watching him lose all hope in life. Too shameful. His little face wrinkled as he clenched his teeth. Was this still his biological father? He was actually so hateful and hateful. He wanted to beat someone up, especially now that he saw Chu Feng's loving father temperament. He was so angry that he wanted to fight a decisive battle with Chu Feng. Chu Feng coughed dryly and stopped before going too far. Otherwise, the little Taoist would really become angry. The little Taoist was still in a bad mood. He had never seen a father who tricked his son like this. However, he quickly thought of some old matters. He felt that this biological father was most likely holding a grudge and educating him. When he was in the foreign realm, he tricked Chu Feng into shedding tears for the sake of the family heirloom. In the end, this was revenge for revenge. You have to compensate me. Tell me, what exactly is our family heirloom? The little Taoist was really unwilling. Our family heirloom is in these 8 words. Remember it well. Chu Feng had a solemn expression on his face. The little Taoist was immediately solemn when he heard this. Did his father finally find his conscience and wanted to tell him the truth? Chu Feng was incomparably serious as he said, "Remember, supremely righteous, honest, and pure." The little Taoist was so angry that he wanted to beat someone up. He didn't want to talk to him anymore. Weren't these words the Luan Hui king and demon king Chu used to fish for fame and praise? Come, let me introduce you. This is Heavenly Venerable Stone Fox, and this is Big Sister Zhuyan. The little Taoist wouldn't believe that there was a Heavenly Venerable in front of him. Chu Feng brought them on the road again. They left Kunlun and crossed west. On the way, the little Taoist was stunned because he understood that this lame stone fox was really a Heavenly Venerable. Moreover, he was from the Yang realm. Suddenly, he had a new task. Chu Feng arranged for him to carry the stone fox on his back and asked for more advice. The lame Heavenly Venerable had a suspicious look on his face. He seriously suspected that this glib-tongued Taoist was really a Heavenly Venerable in his previous life. Ahem, Heavenly Venerable aptitude. The little Taoist looked shy. However, no matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for him to be shy with his thick skin. He was deliberately pretending to be young and cute. He wanted to fool the stone fox with the attitude of a child. The lame Heavenly Venerable revealed a strange expression. This little Taoist, who looked as if he had nothing to live for just a moment ago, had a good mentality or a thick skin. After crying, he adjusted himself and wanted to take out some scriptures and secret techniques from the stone fox. Especially when he learned that Chu Feng and the stone fox had joined hands and brought back 4 pieces of talisman paper. The little Taoist directly shouted that he would go to the forbidden area again and empty it. He would loot all the fortunes there and dig 3 feet into the ground until not even a blade of grass could grow. Chu Feng climbed Mount Olympus once again. Only 5 or 6 of the 12 plants from back then were left. Half of them had died, but the golden crow vine was still there. Lightning flickered, and he had become one of the few experts of the West. Zeus. He sighed softly and left. Afterwards, he went to the headquarters of the Holy See. The place that had been scorched and turned into ruins was still slightly dilapidated. There was an old man overseeing it. Chu Feng disappeared from this place and arrived at a volcanic crater in the west. He went deeper and deeper until he broke into an underground secret realm. It could be considered a folded space, and many plants grew in the churning magma. He saw a black egg with fine patterns and a sparkling luster. It floated in the depths of the magma and was a land of fortune in this secret realm. The undead Phoenix King. Chu Feng revealed a strange expression. He had found this old friend and had actually undergone a transformation. She was undergoing some kind of deep-level evolution. This could be considered nirvana. The undead Phoenix King used to be a queen with a cold temperament. She was an outstanding evolver in the West and had crossed paths with Chu Feng. They had met in Shuntian for a blind date and fought Schiller together on Mount Longhu. They hadn't seen each other since they parted. She had her own destiny. From Chu Feng's point of view, it was fine as long as she was alive. He didn't disturb her. He stood there for a moment, lost in thought as he thought about the past. Not long after, he disappeared. He found a few treasure trees from some folded spaces in the west and planted them nearby. The mutant trees and precious medicines that he had taken a fancy to and revived with the earth were naturally extraordinary. They would naturally be the best in the west if they were to mature. Only then did he leave completely. Chu Feng went to the holy city of the west, the holy land of the 3 religions, Jerusalem. He saw some evolvers and finally found a golden-haired little girl riding a whale king in the near sea region. Her eyes were pure as she flipped through ancient scriptures. Chu Feng watched calmly from far away and didn't disturb her. He had met this little girl when he first came to the West. She was rescuing a whale king. With his current cultivation and strength, he could naturally see through everything about her. Very soon, he captured bits and pieces of her soul light. The little girl was a descendant of the ancient earth. She was the descendant of the old, weak women and children who had luckily survived the pursuit of the heavenly knights. Yellow cattle was the same. They were the descendants of those who had escaped. These survivors concealed their names in the starry skies. After the earth revived, this little girl was like yellow cattle. She immediately set foot on the return journey and returned to the ancestral land. Chu Feng didn't disturb her and left in silence. He returned to the east. When he revisited old places, he also saw some corpses and sighed inwardly. Some corporations had been destroyed, such as the Extraterrestrial Research Institute and the Preaching Research Institute. Additionally, he saw a giant snake skeleton on Mount Taiyang. That white snake had died. In the end, Chu Feng quietly watched a movie, The Return of Divine King Chu. Watching this movie, he recalled the past and was unexpectedly somewhat silent. Many things were gone forever and could never be repeated again. Many people could never be seen again. He didn't say goodbye to Zhou Yitian and only secretly prepared some mutant fruits and great medicines for him. They were all plucked in the depths of Kunlun's folded secret realm. Before long, before he left, Chu Feng discovered Vajra and Silver Wing of the four great mutants. He had once fought with the latter, but their enmity had already been resolved with a smile. He gave them some care in the dark and did not come out to meet them face to face. He left. That was because if the people of the Yang realm found out that he had gotten close to those people, he might bring disaster upon them. Chapter 974. Chu Feng appeared in the dark and silent depths of the universe. No one knew that he had returned. The Hind planet was a small but relatively famous life planet with a level 6 evolutionary civilization. In the distant past, this place had been incomparably prosperous. The Sea Sky race had taken root here and had once stably ranked within the top 15 in the universe. However, they were now in dire straits. Chu Feng had arrived. Golden runes were reflected in his eyes as he stared at the boundless ocean in front of him with his fiery eyes. He had come to cause trouble for the Sea Sky race. Before leaving, he wanted to get rid of the guides from the underworld. Back then, someone had taken the initiative to surrender to the Yang realm and had courteously offered information about him and his relatives. He had already learned about this from the soul light of the Yang realm saints he had killed. He also knew that a few gods had appeared in the Yang realm, so he had to kill them all. Boom! The waves split apart and hit the sky tens of thousands of feet high. They scattered the clouds in the sky and revealed a bright red and sparkling coral palace at the bottom of the ocean. Who is it? Many people rushed out of the palace. Most of them were elders who were discussing how to develop after entering the Yang realm. That was because they were one of the first races to surrender to the Yang realm. Moreover, they were very efficient. Thus, they could enter the Yang realm even if it didn't have any outstanding species from the Yang realm. When they saw Chu Feng, they felt a chill from head to toe and their hearts were filled with fear. They were the clearest about what they had done. If they hadn't sent all kinds of information at the first instance and allowed the Yang realm to grasp everything about Chu Feng and make deductions, perhaps so many people wouldn't have died. Chu Feng's expression was ice cold and filled with incomparable hatred. He had nothing to do with this race in the past and had never formed any enmity with them. However, at the crucial moment, they had become the guides and taken advantage of the situation, causing the deaths of the people around him. Chu Feng stomped down, and the surface of the sea within a radius of several hundred miles sank. These people were crushed into powder and destroyed in both body and soul. Who dares to behave atrociously in my Sea Sky race? There was another underground palace at the bottom of the ocean. An old man with disheveled hair opened his eyes, and two golden rays shot out from the ancient underground palace. Bang! There was an explosion at the bottom of the sea, and an old man's aura was in a mess. It fluctuated between strong and weak, and when the intensity of his energy was at its peak, it had reached the reflector state. This was an old monster who didn't have much lifespan left. He had always been in seclusion and had internal injuries in his body. In reality, He had reached the illumination realm many years ago. There were two people following behind him. They used to be his children, but they were old and had become saints. This was also the reason why the Sea Sky clan was restless. When the underworld declined and the powerhouses of the various races disappeared, there were still old monsters at the light realm overseeing the clan. Naturally, they were unwilling to lie low and wanted to restore their former glory. "He's Chu Feng," a saint reported. The boy from back then had already become a saint. "Chu Feng, are you courting death?" This old mirror-level monster obviously didn't understand the current situation. From his point of view, Chu Feng was still at the level of a lesser saint more than a year ago. At most, he was a saint, so he didn't think that Chu Feng was a threat. Even if Chu Feng came knocking on his door, he would only be courting death. Normally speaking, this was indeed the case. No one could break through from the saint level to the light realm in a year. This was simply unrealistic. This old monster's hair was disheveled. He ascended into the sky and looked coldly at Chu Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. Chu Feng had killed his way over and slaughtered his clansmen. From his point of view, this was unforgivable. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with deciding to lead the way back then. He didn't care how many people by Chu Feng's side died. In his heart, the weak were prey to the strong. He felt that even if Chu Feng died, he deserved it. This meant that the Sea Sky clan had made the right choice by relying on the strong. Now, he felt that, as a weakling, Chu Feng was simply courting death by coming knocking on his door without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Pow! He slapped forward with his palm, and laws bloomed. Light illuminated the void as he wanted to imprison Chu Feng and smash him into pieces. However, he quickly sensed that something was wrong. After the light realm energy erupted, Chu Feng actually didn't move and was as steady as Mount Tai. On the contrary, Chu Feng stretched out a hand, grabbed him, and directly pulled him over. It was too easy. Immediately, his scalp went cold and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Following that, his physical body and soul light broke apart inch by inch. He was rapidly disintegrating and exploding. "You're also a light illuminator, but the choice you made was completely different from the Thunder God, the Skyblade, and the others. People like you can't atone for their sins, even if they die 10,000 times. Chu Feng's cold voice was like lightning crossing the sky and shaking the universe. "You? Could it be that you're a god?" The old monster from the Sea Sky clan shouted. How could this young man be so strong? He couldn't believe that Chu Feng could kill him as if he was slaughtering a dog. Chu Feng had always been very cautious. He was afraid that he would leak his god-level energy and cause the abyss to swallow him. Most of the time, he sealed himself. Even if he made a move now, it was only energy at the light realm. However, this old man couldn't catch up to the techniques he used. With a bang, the Sea Sky clan's ancient ancestor turned into a bloody mist and was immediately burned to ashes. Following that, Chu Feng flipped his hand and slapped out again. In the distant sea region, the giant city collapsed and the ancestral land exploded. It was unknown how many experts from the Sea Sky clan died tragically. Chu Feng was cold and ruthless. He didn't have any sympathy. At this moment, he had already turned into a great demon king. On a vast planet in the Azure Wave Galaxy, feather-sized snowflakes danced in the air. The land was covered in silver, and hundreds of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were frozen. Very few people knew that there was a god overseeing this place. Chu Feng had arrived. He was prepared to slaughter the god and clean up the people who led the way here. In the Thunder Mountain Range, there were many snow-capped mountains that were tens of thousands of meters tall. They were majestic and imposing. Wind and snow surged and rumbled like thunder. It was deafening, and in some areas, there were even avalanches like the sea. Ordinary people didn't dare to approach at all. There was a continuous stretch of ice palaces that stood tall and proud here. On one of the highest peaks, there was a god sitting cross-legged in an ancient ice palace. Because of his arrival, the entire mountain range was covered in ice and snow. This was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He was majestic and intimidating. His brown hair was loose, and his upper body was bare. His bronze-colored skin gave off a very oppressive feeling. He was very disappointed. The Ice God Palace was also considered one of the top 20 orthodoxies in the Yin realm, but they still couldn't bring him the information he wanted. God above, my clan is working hard to find Chu Feng's child in the near future. An old man knelt on the ground. His words and actions were respectful and full of reverence. He also expressed that he had some clues. Since you were the first to submit to me, I won't blame you for waiting. However, if there is still no progress in the near future, don't count on moving your clan to the Yang realm. Moreover, your clan will be punished greatly, said the god sitting cross-legged in the Ice Palace. Yes, after the old palace master of the Ice God Palace kowtowed, he raised his head and wanted to say something. What do you want to say? I think we can start from Earth and force Chu Feng to come out, suggested the old man of the Ice God Palace. The elders kneeling behind him also nodded. I said before, we can't touch that place. The god-level evolver, sitting in the palace, said solemnly, I also want to bathe that place in blood. However, the celestial venerables have decreed that we can't approach that planet in case something big happens. The old palace master of the Ice God Palace was silent and frightened. At the same time, he felt very regretful. If they could start from Earth, many things would be much easier. However, even the celestial venerables from the Yang realm were afraid of Earth. This was a shocking secret that made everyone in the Ice God Palace anxious and fearful. The entrance to purgatory is there. Even the powerhouses aren't willing to talk about it. It hides great terror. The god in the palace said softly. He frowned because he actually felt apprehensive when he said these words. That was because a divine king had told him some old stories in the past. At that time, his scalp went numb and his body went cold. We can definitely bring Chu Feng's only descendant to this place, said the old palace master of the Ice God Palace. The brown-haired god said, yes, there isn't much time. The celestial venerables won't leave the Yang realm again. We can only do our best. If the final juncture comes and we don't care about life or death, we will naturally think of a way to bathe the sea of stars and blood. I don't believe we can't find them. He had just finished speaking when a glaring bolt of lightning appeared in the palace. With a puff, it was so fast that no one could imagine it. It pierced through the space between his brows and lifted this god up. He was dripping with divine blood. Chu Feng had arrived. He was now ranked at the divine general level and was only a step away from being called a king. Now, he used all his methods and attacked with overflowing killing intent. He launched a thunderous attack and used the sealed martial god lance to pierce through this person's forehead and lift him up in midair. Chu Feng's body shone with boundless rage and terrifying killing intent. He said, you harm my relatives and even want to touch my son. You should be hacked to pieces. Everyone in the Ice God Palace was stunned. They watched as that demonic godlike male carried a deity and stood in the central ancient palace. Everyone was so scared that they shivered. Then, their bodies went soft, and they were forced to kneel on the ground. Boom! Chu Feng waved his sleeves, and the endless snowy mountains collapsed. The evolvers of the Ice God Palace exploded one by one and formed a destructive storm in this area. The sect was wiped out, and many evolvers were killed in body and soul. Whoosh! At the next moment, Chu Feng disappeared with this brown-haired god and appeared at the edge of the abyss. It wasn't that easy for a god to die. In reality, this god still wanted to retaliate and fight. However, Chu Feng didn't give him the chance and blasted him into the abyss. The little Taoist pouted. Father, this is too boring. Even a god was killed by you. I still want to be stained with some divine blood before I reincarnate in the Yang realm to take revenge for my mother. He was in charge of carrying the stone fox and watching the battle from aside. I'll give you a chance next time, said Chu Feng. There are still 2 gods left in the nether realm. After killing them, it would be completely peaceful. After that, Chu Feng would head to the chaotic universe. The little vermilion bird followed him and was ready to fight at any time to help Chu Feng kill the god. However, It seemed like there was no need for that at the moment. With Chu Feng's strength as a quasi-god king, he could roam the nether realm and kill a few gods without any pressure. At the edge of the nether realm, there was a red ship that emitted a faint pressure. There were gods sitting on it. There weren't two, but three. They intimidated the entire nether realm. Chu Feng came with the little Taoist, and Zhu Yin followed behind him. Chu Feng, take him down. Huh? I didn't expect you to appear yourself. One of the gods laughed. He was delighted that he actually saw the main character. However, in an instant, they felt very uneasy because they knew that since the other party dared to come over so brazenly, he most likely had the confidence to do so. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three gods actually hid in the chaotic mist. They were too cautious. They left the nether realm immediately so that they would have nothing to fear if they erupted with divine might. Chu Feng's expression was cold. He was waiting for them to enter the chaotic mist. He carried the golden divine sword and followed them in. He was ready to kill the gods. Huh? God-level fluctuations. The three gods were shocked. How is this possible? Had this nether realm native become a god in a year? It didn't make sense. Just like that, a battle between gods broke out. Almost at the moment of the exchange, the golden divine light in Chu Feng's hand surged and cut off the head of a god. Blood dripped from the divine sword. If one had to divide realms, Chu Feng was in existence at the peak of the divine general realm. He was only a step away from becoming a divine king. Even the gods of the Yang realm couldn't stop him. One of the gods was horrified. He turned around and fled into the chaotic mist. Another god's eyes flickered. He quickly fled in the opposite direction and escaped into the nether realm. He suppressed his realm and rushed towards the little Taoist. Boom! Flames overflowed into the sky. The little vermilion bird made a move to stop this god. Meanwhile, Chu Feng stood in the chaotic mist and threw out the martial god spear. With a puff, it nailed the god who was fleeing into the chaotic mist and caused his body to explode. Chi, chi, chi. All kinds of laws interweaved. Chu Feng activated the little 6 rays of time technique and swept through this area. Divine light surged. Regardless of whether it was a god whose head fell to the ground or a god whose body exploded, they could be reborn with a drop of blood and rapidly reconstruct their bodies. But now, they couldn't escape the corrosion of the little 6 rays of time technique. They had just reappeared and reconstructed their bodies when they began to scream miserably again. They were disintegrated and truly destroyed in body and soul. Even if they had the death substitution talisman, it wouldn't work. That was because the difference between them and Chu Feng was too great. How could they compare to a quasi-divine king? The divinity granules spread out and were all absorbed by Chu Feng. There was also ancestral Tao matter that pervaded the air and entered his body as well, becoming a great tonic for him. It enshrouded his entire body in divine multicolored light and made him look more and more like a great demon king. On the other side, the little vermilion bird was fighting with that god. Both of them were suppressed to the Illuminator realm. Little sister, get out of the way. I want to avenge my mother. Watch how I join hands with my father to slay that god, shouted the little Taoist. The god that was fighting with the little vermilion bird was disdainful. A wimpy kid also dared to boast shamelessly, but he was also very anxious and wanted to escape. He was afraid that Chu Feng would chase after him and kill him. He really wanted to capture the little Taoist, but the little vermilion bird wouldn't give him this opportunity. At the same time, Chu Feng also strolled over. Whoosh! He turned around and fled. He didn't dare to continue fighting. Where do you think you're going? Watch my sky, overturning seal, slay a god, shouted the little Taoist at this moment. He directly smashed the stone fox on his back and aimed it at the god that was breaking out of the encirclement. The lame celestial venerable was in a daze. After that, he was so angry that he wanted to stomp his feet. Motherf asterisk her. This really was a pair of father and son. This was simply Motherf asterisk her. It was fine that he was tossed out by Chu Feng once, but in the end, he was smashed out by this little one like a brick and used as the sky, overturning seal once more. The god that was charging over was still sneering, at first with a look of disdain on his face. He even wanted to seize the opportunity to capture the little Taoist and took the initiative to meet the attack head-on. In the end, it was a tragedy for him in the next moment. He was completely horrified. With a puff, his bones and tendons were broken from the impact. He was covered in blood, and his body was torn into pieces. Painful, it was too painful. He was a god, but his body was actually broken from the impact. What kind of stone material was this? He was filled with grief and indignation. His resentment simply overflowed to the heavens. If he knew that this was the true body of a celestial venerable, then his resentment wouldn't have surged to the heavens. Even though he was a god, how could he compete with a celestial venerable in terms of physical strength? He was screaming miserably over there while the little Taoist was grinning and beaming with joy. Chapter 975. I've slaughtered a god. I blasted a god from the Yang realm into dregs at the age of 1. The heaven-warping divine might belongs to me. The little Taoist laughed maniacally. However, his voice was immature and his black gem-like eyes were blinking. He really couldn't embody his divine might. Seeing him being so cocky and laughing sinisterly, the Shur was so angry that he couldn't stand this little thief anymore. Similarly, that god's mind was also on the verge of exploding. His body had been smashed into pieces by a brat. Was this true? He actually split into pieces. Boom! He could be reborn with a single drop of blood. Divine light surged as he rapidly molded his true body. He wanted to act violently, but in the end, Chu Feng arrived. He grabbed him by the neck and carried him into the primal chaos. I refuse to accept this. The god from the Yang realm roared. He felt too sullen as he was almost killed by a child. He looked at the little Taoist and then at the stone statue. What kind of stone is this? He wouldn't be able to die in peace if he didn't ask clearly. Now, he was suppressed by Chu Feng to the point where he couldn't move, but he could still open his mouth and speak. The Shur whose face was dark and shiny. It was fine that he was smashed away, but this little god even assisted him and said he was made of stone. You little god, are you courting death? I'm a celestial venerable. The Shur who said coldly. The god from the Yang realm stared at the Shur who and carefully identified him. In the end, he cried out loudly. He was extremely horrified because he recognized that this was likely a celestial venerable from the Yang realm in the past. He was terrified. This celestial venerable had disappeared back then and was now standing on Chu Feng's side. Before he could think too much, Chu Feng killed him. He activated the little 6 rays of time technique and killed him. A large area of divinity granules flew out, and wisps of ancestral Taoist substance pervaded the air. Chu Feng's body was resplendent like an immortal divine king as he stood in the primal chaos. The amount of divinity granules increased, and he became increasingly powerful. Very soon, he returned to normal and walked over with a smile to apologize to the Shur Hu, saying that the brat was insensible. The little Taoist also laughed dryly and said that he was in a moment of desperation. He saw the god rushing over and randomly throwing things to protect himself. He really couldn't hold back and attacked. Shur Hu widened his eyes. He looked at Chu Feng and said, "Worthy of being your own flesh and blood. He's definitely your son. He didn't run away." In its opinion, the nature of this father and son pair was too similar. Sometimes they really lack morals. Chu Feng pretended not to understand. He was quite thick-skinned and said, "He's definitely my biological son. Look, his nose and eyes are as handsome as mine." The little Taoist rolled his eyes with all his might and didn't even want to pay attention to him. If it wasn't for the great devil Chu Feng snatching his black talisman paper, he should have been born in the world of the living. The stone fox glared at the father and son pair. It had encountered such a strange pair of father and son. It really wanted to teach them a lesson, but it was inconvenient for it to move. The little vermilion bird was also speechless as she looked at the 3 of them. The matters in the netherworld have mostly been settled. I've finally killed all these gods. Chu Feng sighed softly, but this wasn't the end of it. From the soul light of the god who had just died, he understood that there were other evolvers at the Illuminator and Saint level that came from the Yang realm. Wait for me here. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he immediately disappeared. With his strength as a super god, it was naturally like walking on flat ground for him to move unhindered in this universe. On that day, Chu Feng killed 18 people in a row and wiped out a total of 18 groups of people from the Yang realm. This shocked the entire Netherworld universe. After that, someone claimed to have seen a war between gods. Several gods from the Yang realm died, and their lives were harvested by someone. From the Sea Sky clan to the Ice God Palace, and then to the edge of the Netherworld universe, there were gods that perished. Unfortunately, no one knew who did it until now. Chu Feng was very calm. After getting rid of these people, he didn't feel any joy or excitement because this couldn't even be considered an appetizer. The real hunt had just begun. The true experts, such as the disciples of the great martial lord and Hun Yi, were mostly in the chaotic universe. Moreover, the bloodline of the celestial venerables had personally come to the chaotic universe. This was his main goal. He wanted to hunt down the descendants of those celestial venerables. He was finally going to set off. Chu Feng looked at the Sea of Chaos and then at a scarlet ship not far away. It had become an ownerless object. On it was a celestial venerable's decree. There was still half of it left. When he crossed the Sea of Chaos, half of the decree was destroyed. If someone uses the celestial venerable's decree to kill me, will the stone box be able to withstand it? Chu Feng's eyes were faint. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Normally, he would be extremely cautious. At the same time, he wanted to do an experiment now. Father, you're about to leave. I can't accompany you to the Sea of Chaos. The little Taoist sighed. He knew that if he followed, he would only be a burden. I'll set off on my own. You guys stay here, said Chu Feng. At the same time, he took out a talisman and handed it to the stone fox. He wanted to leave it for reincarnation. At this point, Chu Feng didn't have a single talisman on him. He threw one into the abyss. He didn't know if Yao Yao could reappear. He gave one each to the little vermilion bird and the little Taoist. They were destined to reincarnate into the world of the living. He gave the last one to the stone fox. He didn't want to leave a way out for himself. He wanted to rise from the ashes and walk the cruelest path for himself. He would cut off the old and nurture the new. He would wait for the divine fetus to transform. However, the stone fox didn't accept it. He told Chu Feng solemnly that the Celestial Emperor's old path was incomplete and lacked a corresponding breathing technique. He told Chu Feng to be careful. At the same time, he told Chu Feng to put away the purple talisman. No matter what, bringing it along was a safeguard. He wouldn't be afraid even if he was accidentally killed. Senior, you also need it. After all, I still have a path to take, said Chu Feng. The stone fox said, I don't need it. Since I've already escaped the foreign realm and arrived in this cosmos, it means that I already have a chance to break my fate. He had a certain boldness. He wanted to rely on himself to dissolve the restriction his master had left in his body, break the shackles, and transcend. I can either die here or use this tribulation to survive and be reborn. When I face my master one day, I won't have anything to fear even if I meet him face to face. He made up his mind. He would either die or transcend and stand shoulder to shoulder with his master. He told Chu Feng to put away the talisman. It might be able to protect him at the critical moment and allow him to reincarnate into the world of the living. Chu Feng put away the talisman and was no longer so vigilant against the lame, celestial venerable. His intuition told him that the stone fox didn't have any evil intentions towards him. His previous vigilance was mainly because he had experienced life's great ups and downs and experienced all kinds of tribulations. He had no choice but to be cautious. I'm going on my way. If I succeed in hunting the god and wipe out all the enemies in the chaotic universe, I'll come back to visit you guys. If I fail, I'll directly reincarnate into the world of the living. I don't know when I'll see you again. Chu Feng said as they parted. I want to temper the little vermilion bird's temperament in the mortal world for 10 years. After that, I'll let her go to the world of the living to reincarnate, the stone fox informed him. Father, I think. The little Taoist hesitated for a while. His eyes were red and actually contained glistening tears. What's wrong? Chu Feng asked him. I can't help you with anything right now. I want to go on my way immediately and start over in the world of the living. I want to walk the path of the strongest genius. This universe is too small, and the highest achievement is only the illumination realm. It's not enough for me to grow up and take revenge for my mother. It was rare for him to be so solemn. His eyes were red, and he was on the verge of tears. This was a parting of death. He wanted to step onto the road of reincarnation. The little Taoist already understood why his biological father was so powerful when he saw Chu Feng using the mutant technique to absorb the divinity granules. He ran to the foreign realm for 100 years and completely threw caution to the wind. Although they had quarreled before and he had called his biological father a great demon, blood was thicker than water. They were father and son after all. Now, he was even more moved because he knew that Xu Feng's objective in doing this was to take revenge for his group of brothers, and for Qin Luoyin. The little Taoist decided that he had to rise up as soon as possible and go to the world of the living as a vanguard. One day, he would go with Chu Feng to kill the ultimate martial celestial venerables. Chu Feng was silent for a moment. This was his and Qin Luoyin's only child. He had promised her that he would take good care of this child. Now, the little Taoist wanted to self-destruct and reincarnate into the world of the living. Did this mean that he ultimately couldn't protect this child? But Chu Feng also understood that he shouldn't stop him. The little Taoist should go to the world of the living if he had some accomplishments in the future. He should take advantage of this time to reincarnate and walk the path of the strongest. In addition, there was a strange substance on the little Taoist's body. It wasn't very serious now, but it still needed a celestial venerable or even an almighty to dissolve. However, he couldn't find such an existence with his status. But if he walked the path of reincarnation, the stone millstone in the radiant city of death could help him completely dissolve the gray fog. Your mother asked me to protect you and take good care of you, said Chu Feng. The little Taoist's eyes became even redder. He was a little sad as tears fell from his eyes. It's precisely because of this that I want to go to the world of the living. I want to reincarnate earlier to find her and protect her well. She's still my mother when I reach the world of the living. I won't change the way I address her. At the same time, this was also the first time he opened up his heart and revealed his roots. He wasn't an old demon or a celestial venerable. He was merely a genius with exceptional aptitude and was reputed to have supreme aptitude. All right, you go. Chu Feng stroked his head. Father, we're about to part ways. I only want to ask you one thing when we're separated by life and death, said the little Taoist with a sigh. Speak. Chu Feng nodded. What exactly is our family's heirloom? Originally, they were still very sad and the atmosphere was melancholic, but the little Taoist's last sentence directly destroyed it. Perhaps he did this intentionally. He didn't want to separate in life and death and go on their separate paths. He wanted to laugh more. At the side, the stone fox and little vermilion bird were speechless as they looked at the father and son. Chu Feng sighed and took out the stone box. It's this, but it's not our family heirloom. I obtained it by accident. The little Taoist was stunned. He actually just wanted to ease the atmosphere and not be so sad. In the end, Chu Feng really told him and fulfilled his wish. Senior, can you see what this is? Chu Feng asked the stone fox. What can I see in my current state? The lame celestial venerable was actually itching, but he had no way to study it. After staring at it for a long time, he had some suspicions and speculations. Could it be that the wall from back then was only one side of the stone box? He said. Sai, I'm going to reincarnate. Even if you give me our family heirloom, I can't bring it along with me. The little Taoist was regretful. He could be born in the world of the living, but how could he be born in this stone box? After that, Chu Feng experimented and used the stone box to store the celestial venerable's decree to see if he could deal with it. With a whoosh, he put the remaining half of the talisman on the scarlet ship into the stone box. Even if he moved it into the primal chaos, the talisman could be suppressed in the stone box. He had a plan in his heart. In the world of the dead, the celestial venerable talisman couldn't display its might, but it was different in the primal chaos universe. In the end, Chu Feng went on his way. He didn't use the large ship of the people of the Yang realm. Instead, he kept himself in the stone box and opened a small crack to cross the sea of chaos. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.